Tony Blinken. When you take a look at his background, it starts with the State Department. It includes service as staff director on this committee with the National Security Council, working as Deputy Secretary of State. It's an amazing background. And there's also a moment, which I'm sure you all have seen and we've seen over and over again. There was that iconic photograph in the Situation Room when approximately 12 people were gathered with the President and Vice President of the United States and Secretary of State to see if finally we would capture Osama bin Laden. Tony Blinken was in that room. It tells you that he was more than just a peripheral staffer. He was an integral part of the security decisions of the United States of America. He's ready for this job, and we know it. There's one thing that we discussed before we walked in here that I think is a critical element, and that is the fact that he inherits a great department and many men and women who've dedicated their lives to the security of the United States of America. We need them. We see their expertise wherever we travel, in every corner of the world. Sometimes at great personal sacrifice, they are representing this country and literally risking their lives to do so. It is his job, and he understands it, to thank them for their efforts and to make sure that their morale is at the highest level so that America continues to be well represented around the world. It is my honor to introduce Tony Blinken today as the next Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Durbin. I know you have other things to do, so we will excuse you. And what we're going to do here today is I'm going to give some opening remarks. I'm then going to turn it over to Senator Menendez for his opening remarks. And after that, we will do a round of questioning. Each senator will be given 10 minutes. I will do it on a seniority basis, unlike our usual early bird process that we use. But because of the size of this, I think that it's important that we do it on a seniority basis. So with all that said, today's hearing is unquestionably significant. The Secretary of State is one of, if not the most important nominations that a president makes. He represents our interests abroad and is also looked to for defining America's role and posture in the world. Over the past several decades, we have watched nations with authoritarian ideologies and imperial tendencies increasingly attempt to grow their influence on the world stage. And unfortunately, that has happened with some success on their part. These countries challenge the very principles upon which the United States was founded: democracy and the rule of law. As the Biden administration begins tomorrow, there are several key foreign policy issues that need immediate attention. My most important concern, as Mr. Blinken and I talked about a few in my office not long ago, is Iran and the President-elect's promise to return to the JCPOA. President Obama thought the JCPOA would empower Iran moderates and see Iran abandon its nuclear weapons program. But this notion proved to be misplaced. The Iranian regime cannot separate itself from its revolutionary ideology. The JCPOA provided very beneficial sanctions relief for Iran, yet it failed to eliminate Iran's support for terrorist proxies, therefore allowing them to fund terrorism across the region. The deal also included very short-sighted sunsets on Iranians' conventional weapons and ballistic missile programs and allowed Iran to continue enriching uranium. Any new deal with Iran must address all the facets of Iranian bad behavior, including its ballistic missile program and ending support for terrorism. I fully understand and I fully comprehend that people want to focus on their nuclear ambitions, but these people have other bad activities that they're involved in that also need to be addressed. Unfortunately, the Iranian regime thinks it has successfully waited out the maximum pressure program that we've had in place. Only time will tell if they're right. At the time, President Obama used the extensive sanctions regime Congress created as a leverage to begin the JCPOA talks, and so he should have. President-elect Biden should take advantage of the significant leverage that has been provided through the maximum pressure program and negotiate a new deal that includes Iran's regional aggression. A policy of containment rather than appeasement is the only approach that will be successful. However, any discussions with Iran should begin and end with our allies in the region. Israel and many of our other Gulf allies felt the United States abandoned them and their security concerns during the JCPOA negotiations. With U.S. leadership over the last 4 years, our relations were rebuilt and paved the way for the Abraham Accords. The Abraham Accords signed last year were a significant step in fundamentally improving the security, economic, and diplomatic environment in the Middle East. But they also underscored the significant threat that Iran poses to our regional partners. I would hope future negotiations with Iran would include extensive consultations with not just Congress, but also Israel and our Gulf partners. And given its significant implications, any new deal should also be submitted as a treaty for Senate ratifications. I understand that that's a controversial issue, but if we're going to have the support of the United States, it can't just be one branch of government. It needs to be all branches of government. I hope that the Biden administration will adhere to these conditions before and during any engagement with Iran, and I sincerely appreciate, Mr. Blinken, your offer that prior to beginning or ending all of these negotiations, there will be significant consultation with this committee. I greatly appreciate that. Another area of serious concern with the new administration, obviously, is China, which I believe will be our greatest foreign policy challenge of this century. On a personal note, I want to thank you, Mr. Blinken, for having read the report, the 143-page report that I published just recently, and I also appreciate the kind words that you had for the conclusions and suggestions in that report. China is a strategic and global competitor of the United States, and the Chinese Communist Party routinely engages in economic coercion, military aggression, human rights abuses, and influence operations. Its policies deliberately damage U.S. interests and values. In the face of the Chinese Communist Party's dangerous goals, the United States must maintain a strong competitive stance. Rising to this challenge is now a sprint and a marathon that will require sustained political will, expanded cooperation with allies and partners, and properly aligned resources and personnel. Last year, I introduced the Strategic Act, the first comprehensive legislative proposal to compete with China effectively. This bill was written with Democratic senators' input and other Democrat organizations around this city who are in the think tank business, along with Republican think tanks. It should be noted that China is not a partisan issue. It is an American issue. I know Senator Menendez has strong concerns in this regard also, and I hope we will work together as we move forward with those challenges. I hope and expect that the Biden administration will pursue bipartisan cooperation on challenges posed by the Chinese Communist Party. One of those challenges is Taiwan. The PRC's obliteration of Hong Kong's autonomy last year makes the question of Taiwan's future all the more urgent and serious. China's military modernization and expansion has dramatically shifted the balance of power in the Indo-Pacific. This is eroding conventional deterrence, putting the U.S. military as well as Indo-Pacific allies and partners at risk. Taiwan is among the strategically consequential issues and should remain a key strategic priority. Finally, the COVID-19 pandemic has evolved into the largest, most destructive global health emergency in more than a century. More than 83 million people have been infected and 1.8 million people have died. Economies have been upended, schools and offices closed, and livelihoods destroyed. It will take years to recover from this global health catastrophe. There is a lot we still do not know about COVID-19, but two things are clear. Its global spread was accelerated by catastrophic failures at all levels of the existing global health security architecture. And unless we do something now, it will happen again. Last year, I introduced an effort to help the United States and our international partners get ahead of the next pandemic. I, along with my committee colleagues, pressed the WHO to launch an independent interim review of its response to the outbreak so we could figure out what worked, what didn't, and how to prepare for future outbreaks. The WHO ultimately followed our suggestion. If confirmed, I'm committed to working with you, Mr. Blinken, to advance reforms at the WHO that will help restore public confidence and enable it to more effectively respond to crisis in real time. I, along with Senator Murphy, Cardin, and Portman, also introduced bipartisan legislation to strengthen the ability of the United States and our international partners to detect, prevent, and respond to outbreaks before they become pandemics. I'm well aware that Senator Menendez also has a strong interest in this area, and I look forward to working with him and with the committee as we move legislation forward. This bill, the Global Health Security and Diplomacy Act, provides much-needed leadership and direction for U.S. global health security efforts overseas and incentivizes greater leadership and investment by others. I'm also eager to work with you, Mr. Blinken, if confirmed, to further redefine and enact this important legislation. Over the last 5 years, the world has seen dramatic change, and it is imperative policies are updated to reflect these new realities. I look forward to hearing your thoughts on these important issues, and I thank you for being here today, and I thank you and your family for the willingness to take on the sacrifice to serve in this important position. With that, Senator Menendez, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first of all start off by saying I appreciate your efforts to work with me to get this hearing up today, to expedite the consideration of one of the most important national security positions in our government, the Secretary of State. So thank you.
You're welcome. And I think all of us have a very strong interest in seeing that the President has in place as rapidly as possible his national security team. Thank you for that.
I'll say amen to that, and I appreciate this, and also hopefully, if everything works out well, the expeditious consideration at a committee meeting to vote out the nominee. And let me just say one remark. I'll save my remarks about our future work together as a committee when the gavel changes, but as someone who has met your lovely wife, you are an incredibly fortunate man to have had over a half a century with her as a partner. So
no one knows better than I.
So congratulations to you on such a great long time together. She's just an incredibly charming person. Mr. Blinken, congratulations on your nomination. You're superbly qualified and prepared to be our next Secretary of State. And you have impressed us all over the years with your intellect, your dedication, and your humanity, including during your successful tenure as Deputy Secretary of State, Deputy National Security Advisor, and as Staff Director of this committee. Now, while tomorrow's inauguration is a time for healing and renewal, I am nonetheless compelled to speak about the insurrection at the Capitol on January 6th. The images from that day are permanently seared in our collective conscience. Terrorists defiling the Capitol with Confederate flags and Nazi images, seeking to take hostage or perhaps kill our democratically elected leaders, savagely beating police officers. And in that respect, my heart goes out to the family of New Jersey native and Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who succumbed to those injuries, and the family of Capitol Police Officer Howard Libengood, as well as dozens of other officers injured in the attack. This attack on the very foundation of our democracy delivered a tragic reminder that our ability to project power abroad is inextricably linked to the health and strength of our democracy. This does not mean that we cannot talk about the importance of democracy abroad, no, but rather we must show that senators and all other leaders in this country have a duty to stand up for democracy, for the Constitution, for the rule of law. There can be no exceptions. And I expect that from the Biden administration, and based on my experience, I know, Mr. Blinken, you will do so in word and deed. Now, if confirmed, your task will be to repair and restore America's place in the world. You'll face complex challenges all over the globe. The world's on fire. Rebuilding alliances, restoring American leadership at international institutions, tackling problems that define our times and defy borders like climate change, migration, and COVID-19. And you will need to recenter our foreign policy around the core American values of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. But you will need to do so thoughtfully. Over the past year, the world has watched the United States completely falter on a national response to COVID-19, continue its overdue reckoning with systemic racism, and struggle with the President's obsession with thwarting the peaceful transfer of power, pushing disinformation, and attacking a free press. As we work to advance American interests around the globe, and seek to create a more democratic, prosperous, and secure world, we have to redouble our efforts at home to secure a more perfect union for all Americans. Now, as you're likely aware, North Korea, Russia, Turkey require some immediate attention. Over the past 4 years, North Korea's nuclear and missile programs have continued to grow unchecked. In other words, the United States and our allies are more at risk now than after 4 years of President Trump than when he took office. A revanchist Russia continues to threaten the United States and our allies, including through the recent SolarWinds cyber attack, the spread of disinformation, and efforts to silence and murder political opposition. And Turkey continues to be destabilizing by supporting Azerbaijan's aggression in Nagorno-Karabakh and through its own aggressive behavior in the Eastern Mediterranean against our democratic allies, Greece and Cyprus. From a broader regional perspective, one of your most important challenges will be to forge a coherent strategy for the Indo-Pacific, one led by our values, centered on our allies and partners, and implemented with consistency. As you know, I believe that while the Trump administration got some of the questions about the region right, they came up with the wrong answers. At a time when we should have been strengthening our alliances, building new partnerships, empowering a multilateral architecture, expanding commercial ties, and ensuring the vitality of democracy and the rule of law, the Trump administration, in almost every case, did the exact opposite. And after 4 years of the Trump administration, we are in a worse position to effectively compete with China than before. So I'm interested in hearing more about what your top priorities will be if confirmed in approaching the Indo-Pacific region and how our China policy nests within this larger framework. We also have a number of ongoing challenges in the Middle East, perhaps none so pressing as Iran. As you know, I was not a proponent of the JCPOA, but I also believe the Trump administration's decision to withdraw without a serious strategy involving our allies would ultimately leave us less safe and Iran emboldened. Unfortunately, Iran's continuing aggression across the Middle East and its recent nuclear activity that has dramatically advanced its capabilities has vindicated that prediction. Now, I understand the Biden administration is interested in returning to a diplomatic path, which I support, but I fear returning to the JCPOA without concrete efforts to address Iran's other dangerous and destabilizing activity would be insufficient. I believe there's bipartisan support to find a comprehensive diplomatic approach with Iran that includes working closely with our European and regional partners if we take those other issues into consideration. Closer to home, political crises in Latin America have caused human rights and humanitarian disasters on an unprecedented scale. Simply put, addressing rampant crime, weak governance, corruption, climate-related displacement in the Northern Triangle must be a top priority for the country and deeply impacts the security and economic well-being of Americans. Further south, I'm encouraged by the Biden administration's plans to renew our commitment to the multilateral efforts we must lead in order to improve the effectiveness of international sanctions and humanitarian aid as we pursue a diplomatic solution to the Venezuelan crisis. Maduro's campaign of crimes against humanity and attacks against interim President Juan Guaido and democratic civil society, which I hope the administration will recognize interim President Guaido, all have serious implications for U.S. national security and regional stability. Mr. Blinken, I also hope you'll support Ambassador Bill Richardson's efforts to free the six Americans who have been unjustly detained in Venezuela. I'm confident that if confirmed, you'll do everything you can to repair and restore American leadership abroad. Foundational to that effort will be rebuilding and reinvigorating the State Department itself. As you well know, our career foreign and civil servants are incredibly talented and dedicated. Over the past few years, however, they have been treated with disdain, smeared, and forced out of public service. There has been a stunning loss of expertise, steep declines in morale, little accountability for those at the top, and the State Department still has not achieved a workforce that comes close to reflecting the diversity of our country. This state of affairs has impacted relationships across the globe, the Department's ability to engage in the interagency process and in its relationship with Congress. So the challenges you'll be facing are immense, but I have confidence in your experience and expertise. I look forward to hearing your testimony, and upon confirmation, I look forward to working with you to restore America's place in the world and to repair and rebuild our relationships and our institutions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Mr. Blinken, after our conversations earlier today and after hearing our opening statements, Senator Menendez input in that regard, as you can see, there isn't a whole lot of daylight between us on most of these issues. Certainly almost none whatsoever when it comes to objectives. Strategy and how to get there is obviously something that needs to be negotiated, and all of our best heads put together to try to get to that position. So we're interested in hearing that. Obviously, as Senator Menendez said, Iran is at the top of the list. China and Russia are right behind that. We have serious problems in Turkey. North Korea is on the list, and there's lots and lots of challenges. But we will do better if we all pull the wagon together, and I think we're headed in that direction right now. So with that, again, thank you for your willingness to serve, and the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And to you, to Ranking Member Menendez, to all the members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And I greatly appreciate everything you've done to make this hearing possible in this time. And I want to thank Senator Durbin in absentia for his very kind introduction. It is truly the honor of a lifetime to appear before this committee as President-elect Biden's nominee to be Secretary of State. And it's an honor that carries special significance for me for two reasons. First, as you've noted, I had the privilege of serving as the Democratic Staff Director of this committee for 6 years, working alongside a distinguished group of senators, including several still on the committee today, to advance American diplomacy and safeguard the interests of the American people. That experience gave me an abiding respect for this committee, for its finest bipartisan traditions, for the caliber of its members and staff, for the essential work it does to strengthen U.S. leadership around the world. If I have the honor of being confirmed, those lessons that I learned in my years with this committee will guide my approach to our work together. The second point of significance for me is a little bit more personal. In addition to my own confirmation as Deputy Secretary of State, this committee confirmed my wife, Evan Ryan, who is here with me today, as Assistant Secretary of State for Educational and Cultural Affairs. Confirmed my uncle, Alan Blinken, as Ambassador to Belgium, and confirmed my father, Donald Blinken, as Ambassador to Hungary. I hope I don't break the streak today. My family, especially my wife and our children, John and Lila, is my greatest blessing. Our tradition of public service is a source of tremendous pride. I view that tradition as something of a sacred duty, payment on the debt that our family owes to the nation that gave so many of my relatives refuge and extraordinary opportunities across the generations. My grandfather, Maurice Blinken, found refuge in America after fleeing Russian pogroms. My father's wife, Vera Blinken, found refuge in America after fleeing the communist regime in Hungary. And my late stepfather, Samuel Pizar, found refuge in America after enduring the horrors of the Holocaust. Sam was the only survivor among his immediate family and school of 900 children in Białystok, Poland, after 4 years in the concentration camps. At the end of the war, he made a break from a death march into the Bavarian woods, and from his hideout, he heard the rumbling sound of a tank. And as he looked out, instead of seeing the dreaded Iron Cross, he saw a 5-pointed white star. And so he ran to the tank and got to it. The hatch opened. An African-American GI looked down at him. He fell to his knees and said the only 3 words that he knew in the English language that his mother had taught him before the war: God bless America. The GI lifted him into the tank, into freedom, into America. That's who we are. That's what we represent to the world, however imperfectly. And what we can still be when we're at our best. If I have the honor of serving as Secretary of State, that is the vision that I will pursue, a vision articulated often by President-elect Biden, doubtlessly informed by his time on this committee when he said that the United States is a nation that leads not only by the example of our power, but by the power of our example. If confirmed, three priorities would guide my time as Secretary of State. First, I will work with you to reinvigorate the Department of State, investing in its greatest asset, the Foreign Service officers, the civil servants, the locally employed staff who animate American diplomacy. I know from firsthand experience their passion, their energy, their courage, often far from home, away from loved ones, sometimes in dangerous conditions, exacerbated now by the pandemic. They deserve our full support. If I'm confirmed as Secretary, they will have it. I'm committed to advancing our security and prosperity by building a diplomatic corps that fully represents America in all its talent and in all its diversity, recruiting, retaining, promoting officers with the skills to contend with 21st century challenges and who look like the country we represent, sparing no effort to ensure their safety and well-being, demanding accountability, starting with the Secretary of State, for building a more diverse, inclusive, and nonpartisan workforce. Second, working across government and with partners around the world, we will revitalize American diplomacy to deal with and take on the most pressing challenges of our time. We'll show up again, day in, day out, whenever and wherever Americans' prosperity and security is at stake. And we'll engage the world not as it was, but as it is, a world of rising nationalism, receding democracy, growing rivalry from China and Russia and other authoritarian states, mounting threats to a stable and open international system, and a technological revolution that is reshaping every aspect of our lives, especially in cyberspace. But for all that has changed, I believe some things remain constant. American leadership still matters. The reality is the world simply does not organize itself. When we're not engaged, when we're not leading, then one of two things is likely to happen. Either some other country tries to take our place, but not in a way that's likely to advance our interests and values, or, maybe just as bad, no one does, and then you have chaos. Either way, that does not serve the American people. I believe that humility and confidence should be the flip sides of America's leadership coin. Humility, because we have a great deal of work to do at home to enhance our standing abroad. And humility, because most of the world's problems are not about us in the first instance, even as they affect us. And no single country acting alone, even one as powerful as the United States, can fully and effectively address these problems. But we'll also act with confidence, with the confidence that America at its best still has a greater ability than any country on earth to mobilize others for the common good. Guided by these principles, I believe we can and we will overcome the COVID crisis, the greatest shared challenge since World War II. We can outcompete China and remind the world that a government of the people, for the people, can deliver for its people. We can take on the existential threat posed by climate change. We can revitalize our core alliances, force multipliers of our influence around the world. Together, we are far better positioned to counter threats from Russia, Iran, North Korea, and to stand up for democracy and human rights. And in everything we do around the world, I believe that we can and we must ensure that our foreign policy is actually working to deliver for American working families here at home. Let me conclude, if I may, Mr. Chairman, with a word about this institution, whose resilience and determination were on full display in the aftermath of the senseless and searing violence in these halls. Both the President-elect and I believe that we have to restore Congress's traditional role as a partner in our foreign policy making. In recent years, across administrations of both parties, Congress's voice in foreign policy has been diluted and diminished. That doesn't make the executive branch stronger. It makes our country weaker. President-elect Biden believes, and I share his conviction, that no foreign policy can be sustained without the informed consent of the American people. You are the representatives of the American people. You provide that advice and consent. We can only tackle the most urgent challenges we have if we work together, and I am dedicated to doing just that. And so if I'm confirmed, my commitment is to work with each and every one of you on behalf of all Americans. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the consideration. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blinken. And of course, your words about working with us is music to our ears, and we'll be happy to be a partner with you in that regard. So with that, we'll proceed to a round of questions, 10 minutes per senator. I'm going to reserve my time, and I'm going to yield to Senator Menendez.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blinken, thank you for your statement. During our meeting yesterday, we discussed the department will need to repair and rebuild its relationship with this committee. I think it's after 28 years of doing public foreign policy in the House and the Senate, I've never seen a moment like this in terms of our relationship with the State Department. And having heard your opening statement, I'm confident you understand the importance of a constructive relationship between the Department and Congress. So I just have a few quick questions. I've always asked this of every Secretary of State nominee. I'd like to ask you, if you can answer yes or no, I'd appreciate it. Do you agree that the State Department is accountable to Congress and the American people?
Yes.
Do you commit that the Department will keep this committee fully and currently informed on the Department's activities?
I do.
Do you understand and agree that a constructive relationship between the Department and this committee requires meaningful engagement and consultation with the committee while policies are being developed, not after the fact? And can you commit to ensuring that type of meaningful engagement?
Yes, I do, and I can.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Iran. This is going to be one of the most difficult challenges early on because Iran has accelerated. The maximum pressure campaign did not stop it from its acceleration. We were broken away from our allies. We could not even get from our traditional allies a vote at the United Nations on continuing the arms embargo, and that is not a good recipe to counter Iran. So I think there is a will to work together in a serious diplomatic engagement with Iran, but some of our concerns about the JCPOA, obviously time has lapsed, the sunset is closer. Some of the other issues have come to the fore in terms of the JCPOA, and then you have all of Iran's other destabilizing activities. Some of us have worked, Senator Graham, a member of the committee, and I have worked along with others in thinking about how something along the lines of returning to the JCPOA, but with a commitment, a process by which the Iranians would have to deal with some of the challenges left by the JCPOA and other issues, looking at the possibility of a regional fuel bank so that not only the Iranians but those in the Gulf would be able to participate to receive nuclear fuel for domestic peaceful consumption, but not enrichment. We could diffuse a tinderbox in the region of these countries who are looking now to enrich. Those are some ideas, not the totality of it. Can you give us a sense of where you're looking at with reference to Iran? And as part of that, are you going to proactively reach out to Congress in order to forge such a consensus that can move us together with one voice towards meeting Iran as a challenge?
Thank you very much, Senator. Let me answer the last question first in terms of reaching out, and the answer is yes, absolutely, especially on a policy as challenging as the one that we have to deal with when it comes to Iran. We are much better off if we can try to work through and think through these issues together. And you have my commitment that we intend and will do that. And I look forward to the consultations and conversations that we have. When it comes to Iran, a couple of things. First, President-elect Biden is committed to the proposition that Iran will not acquire a nuclear weapon. And we share, I know, that goal across this committee. An Iran with a nuclear weapon, or on the threshold of having one, with the capacity to build one on short order, would be an Iran that is even more dangerous than it already is when it comes to all of the other malicious activities that it's engaged in, whether it is support for terrorism, whether it is fueling and feeding its proxies, whether it is destabilizing the region. An Iran with a nuclear weapon or with the threshold capacity to build one is an Iran that would act potentially with even greater impunity than it already is. So I think we have an urgent responsibility to do whatever we can to prevent Iran from acquiring a weapon or getting close to the capacity to having the fissile material to break out on short notice. In my judgment, the JCPOA, for whatever its limitations, was succeeding on its own terms in blocking Iran's pathways to producing fissile material for a nuclear weapon on short order. It also featured, and a feature that continues, the most intrusive inspections and monitoring regime in the history of arms control. The challenge we face now is that we pulled out of the agreement. Iran is now taking steps to undo the various constraints that were imposed on it by the agreement. And so it has increased its stockpile of low-enriched uranium. It is now enriching at a higher level. It is deploying centrifuges in ways that were prohibited under the agreement. The result is, based on public reporting, the breakout time, the time it would take Iran to produce enough fissile material for one weapon, has gone from beyond a year, as it was under the JCPOA, to about 3 or 4 months, based at least on public reporting. And that potentially brings us right back to the crisis point that we were reaching before the deal was negotiated. And so the President-elect believes that if Iran comes back into compliance, we would too. But we would use that as a platform with our allies and partners who would once again be on the same side with us to seek a longer and stronger agreement, and also, as you and the Chairman have rightly pointed out, to capture these other issues, particularly with regard to missiles and Iran's destabilizing activities. That would be the objective. Having said that, I think we're a long way from there. We would have to see, once the President-elect is in office, what steps Iran actually takes and is prepared to take. We would then have to evaluate whether they were actually making good if they say they're coming back into compliance with their obligations, and then we would take it from there. But in the first instance, and the last thing I'll say on this, sir, is that yes, we absolutely will consult with you, and not only with you, I think as the Chairman suggested, it's also vitally important that we engage on the takeoff, not the landing, with our allies and with our partners in the region, to include Israel and to include the Gulf countries.
Thank you. Now, so I'm all for stronger and longer, and very much I'm glad to hear that these other issues also the administration will look forward to engage and challenge Iran on. I think those are important. Let me turn to China. Many of us, certainly Senator Romney, since my first meeting with him when he came to the Senate, has made China one of the focal points, and he's right about the challenge that China poses. The chairman talked about his initiative. We, meaning Democrats, introduced a couple of months ago the America Leads Act, which brought all of the relevant committees, finance, on trade, commerce, on technology, armed services, just about everybody, in a comprehensive national strategy to deal with China, which deals with both investments here at home, because some of us believe we must not only confront China, we must compete with China to be successful. Diplomacy, alliances, security, values, and trade to create a truly competitive approach. And I believe this is one of the most significant national security challenges we will have, as well as economic challenges. Can you speak a little bit about, too, how do you see that?
First of all, I've read and applaud the Leads Act, and I have also read the very good report that the chairman did on China and applaud virtually everything that's in it. I think there's a very strong foundation there upon which to build a bipartisan policy with regard to China. As we look at China, there is no doubt that it poses the most significant challenge of any nation state to the United States in terms of our interests, the interests of the American people. There are, as I see it, rising adversarial aspects to the relationship, certainly competitive ones, and still some cooperative ones when it is in our mutual interest. I think as we're thinking about how to deal with China, and I think this is reflected in the work that the committee has done, we have to start by approaching China from a position of strength, not weakness. And the good news is our ability to do that is largely within our control. Position of strength when we are working with, not denigrating, our allies. That's a source of strength for us in dealing with China. A position of strength when we are engaged and leading in international institutions, not pulling back and ceding the terrain to China to write the rules, the norms, and animate those institutions. A position of strength when we stand up for our values, when human rights are being abused in Xinjiang, or when democracy is being trampled in Hong Kong. Our ability to make the investments in ourselves, as you pointed out, that is a source of strength. The investments as necessary in our military to make sure that we can deter any aggression. All of these things are fully within our control. And if we come together and do them, I think we can then deal with the specific challenges that China poses from that position of strength, not a position of weakness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blinken, welcome. Let me start out by saying I got a phone call from a former contact in the Obama-Biden administration. I won't name the individual because I don't want to get that person in trouble. But it was a very welcome phone call. I think to summarize it, it started out saying that we're really in an unsustainable position in this country. We're so grossly divided. And particularly in areas of foreign policy, I mean, the standard saying is politics ought to end at the water's edge. I hope that can be true. I don't think it ever has been completely true, but I think there are some really good areas of agreement. And so it's a very sincere attempt to reach out and say, let's try and focus on areas of agreement. And by the way, as a chairman and ranking member on the European Subcommittee, whether it's Nord Stream 2, the European Energy Security and Diversification Act with Senator Murphy, we found those areas of agreement. So I really want to focus on that because I think that's one of the ways we can try and narrow that divide, which I think is just completely unsustainable in this nation. I think one of the areas I think we can all agree on is the world is a very dangerous and complicated place. And there's just no doubt about it. There's not a whole lot of black and white. There is black and white, but there's a lot of gray areas. And how you address, whether it's Iran or North Korea or China or Russia, these are difficult situations. So I have no doubt that you have just a wealth of knowledge, as did Secretary Kerry. I think there's a difference between knowledge, though, and judgment. And so, in all sincerity, I just really want to talk to you about judgment. And again, I know you take a look at the Trump administration and it's like all bad. I don't think that's true. And so let me start out at what I think are foreign policy accomplishments and see whether or not you agree. First of all, we did get our NATO partners to invest more in NATO. And that's a good thing, right? Do you have any reservations about that?
I do not.
I think the peace or the agreements between Israel and Bahrain and UAE and Sudan and Morocco, those are good things. You're going to want to build on that, correct?
I very much agree.
Just a quick aside, again, knowledge versus judgment, it's something that Secretary Kerry thought was not possible whatsoever. Again, that's a judgment call, I understand that. But it's been proven wrong, and I guess I'm kind of looking for an acknowledgement that maybe past judgments have been overtaken by new knowledge and as times have moved on. One thing pretty near and dear to my heart is the agreement, the economic agreement between Kosovo and Serbia. You know, Wes Mitchell sent me over to Serbia and Kosovo a number of times, and I don't want to take blame for this, but the situation was not improving until Rick Grinnell got involved and came up with the idea, okay, a lot of these things they're not going to agree on, but what they can agree on is economic advancement. And so we got an agreement. That's a good thing, correct?
I agree.
What kind of troubles me about the past record of the Obama-Biden administration, again, dealing with difficult situations, but I just want to give you the opportunity to discuss whether you've had any second thoughts on, for example, what happened in Libya. That's where, and you talked about American leadership, that's where President Obama famously said, we're going to lead from behind. And, you know, the world community kind of blew up Libya. That didn't turn out so well. We had Benghazi. Do you have any second thoughts in terms of what happened with Libya?
I do. And let me, before I address that, Senator, I would like to say I believe that no party has a monopoly on good ideas. And I hope that working together, we can pool all the good ideas from both sides of the aisle to try to advance the security and well-being of the American people abroad. I welcome doing that. Second, and very quickly, I think there are a number of things from where I sat that the Trump administration did beyond our borders that I would applaud. You mentioned a couple of them. The Abraham Accords, absolutely. Now, there's certain commitments that may have been made in the context of getting those countries to normalize relations with Israel that I think we should take a hard look at, and I imagine the committee feels the same way. But the work that was done to push forward on normalization with Israel, I applaud. It makes Israel safer. It makes the region safer. It's a good thing. And yes, I would hope that we could build on that as well. You mentioned the work on Kosovo and Serbia. I applaud that as well. The president-elect, as you know, spent a lot of time on those countries in the past, and I think he shares your conviction that there are things we can do to help move Kosovo forward and also hopefully move Serbia forward. And certainly getting our NATO allies to invest more is a good thing. I think that's shared across administrations and across parties. And finally, let me just say that I also believe that President Trump was right in taking a tougher approach to China. I disagree very much with the way that he went about it in a number of areas, but the basic principle was the right one, and I think that's actually helpful to our foreign policy.
No, I think President Trump opened everybody's eyes in terms of China's malign intent. But again, I want to kind of quickly go through Libya, Syria,
sure.
Not providing lethal defensive weaponry to Ukraine. Are those things you've given second thoughts to?
Yes. With regard to Libya, here was the situation we faced. We had Muammar Gaddafi saying that he was going to slaughter like rats those opposing him, including all of the inhabitants of Benghazi. And we faced what looked like the potential for a mass atrocity that was heading our way. And what was unique about the moment was the United Nations supported doing something about it, the Security Council, the partners and allies in the region did, and our allies in Europe did too. Having said that, and so I think the good news from where I sat, and I supported that effort. In fact, I think it's been written about. I was the President-elect's National Security Advisor at the time, and he did not agree with that course of action. And so, but we had the kind of relationship where I was able to say what I thought, and as you noted, we intervened. Here's what I think we misjudged. First, we didn't fully appreciate the fact that one of the things Gaddafi had done over the years was to make sure that there was no possible rival to his power. And as a result, there was no effective bureaucracy, no effective administration in Libya with which to work when he was gone. That made things much more challenging than I think we understood.
Okay, so again, because I want to step, so basically there was no plan afterwards. That's a lesson you've learned.
I think there was a plan that ran into some reality that unfortunately the result has been that there's been more space in Libya for extremist groups who filled some of the vacuum left by Gaddafi.
Okay, one of the things that Congress did unanimously is we approved $300 million of lethal defensive weaponry for Ukraine. The Obama administration never implemented. The Trump administration did. Do you still disagree with providing that lethal defensive weaponry, or do you think over time now that's been proven to be the correct decision by Congress and the Trump administration?
Senator, I support providing that lethal defensive assistance to Ukraine. In fact, I had the opportunity to write exactly that in the New York Times about 3 years ago.
One of the comments, and this is to prepare for this hearing, and I'm not going to enter this in the record, but my staff did provide me Senator McCain's 2014 floor speech, which I'm sure you've read. It was pretty,
I know it well.
pretty blistering. So one of the reasons I thought I'd kind of give you an opportunity to maybe respond, but the chairman also provided a list of questions, and one of the questions he asked was about Soleimani. I mean, is it a good thing that Soleimani is off the battlefield? And I was surprised because you remain adamant that it did not improve our national security. I mean, I would take the opposite side of that viewpoint. You want to try and explain that one? I mean, I think because he was a mastermind, because he was so effective, because he was responsible for hundreds of American lives lost, I don't see how you can agree that enhances our national security.
No one is shedding a tear for the demise of Qasem Soleimani, and certainly when I was last in office, I saw firsthand the blood that he had on his hands. So no one regrets the fact that he's no longer there. I think from where I sat, Senator, the question is not whether taking him out was the right thing to do. It was gaming out what might be the consequences and asking ourselves whether, on balance, we would be left safer or not in taking that action. Previous administrations, including the Bush administration and the Obama administration, concluded that we wouldn't be. And I think what we saw after his death, including attacks on our positions in Iraq that left dozens, if not hundreds, of Americans with brain injuries, the fact that our forward posts in Iraq that were there to prevent the reemergence of ISIL had to pull back because of concerns that Iranian-backed militia, after Soleimani's death, would attack them. The fact that we are talking about, apparently, closing our embassy in Baghdad, again, for fear of the actions of these militia, and the fact that we've seen Iran acting out in a whole variety of ways, because we're not the only actor in this drama. I think, on balance, that action actually left us less safe, not more safe.
Well, he was in Baghdad for a reason, probably to plan further attacks. So we don't know what he might have done, but I appreciate your answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Let's move to Senator Cardin, I believe, is joining us online. Senator Cardin, are you there?
So my question to you is whether you are prepared to make the preservation of democracy with government's human rights anti-corruption a priority, a top priority within the State Department, which requires the use of resources devoted to protecting democracy, whether it's at USAID or whether it's the resources in our missions in each of our countries that will be made a priority to help preserve democracies around the world and the protection of human rights and anti-corruption activities.
Senator, first of all, it's good to see you. And the short answer is yes, absolutely. The President-elect's been very clear that our charge would be to put democracy and human rights back at the center of American foreign policy. And we intend to do just that. That is a question of resources. It's a question of focus. It's a question of commitment. Of course, a lot of this begins at home. Our ability to be a strong leader for and defender of democracy and human rights also depends to a large extent on the strength of our own democracy here at home. And as we've already discussed, we have some work to do on that account. You're absolutely right when you cite the backsliding we've seen. Freedom House has been tracking this, as many of you know, for decades. And of the 40 or so countries that were consistently ranked fully free in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, fully half of them have been backsliding on democratic metrics. And so this poses a real challenge. One of the goals that the President-elect has set for us is to try to convene a summit of democracies within the first year of his administration, to bring democratic countries together, to think together, both about some of the challenges that we face at home that are common to democracies, including rising populism, but also to think about a common agenda as we're dealing with the work of defending and advancing democracy around the world, to include combating corruption, to include standing up more effectively for human rights, to include having a united voice in calling out abuses of democracy or abuses of human rights. This is something that I hope we'll be able to put together toward the end of this year, and something that we would very much welcome the participation of members of Congress, and particularly members of this committee.
Thank you for that. I would also urge you to be as aggressive as you can with the budget director as to resources being devoted to democracy, because it's been a very small slice of USAID's budget, and just in the mission support is not as strong as I think it should be. I'm going to talk about one of the tools that has gotten the most international attention, that is the Magnitsky sanctions. It was interesting that it's been reported that was the first issue brought up by Mr. Putin when he met with President Trump. Are you committed to working with us to strengthen the Magnitsky global sanction regime to go against those actors that are not held accountable in their own states for those violations of human rights and corruption?
Yes, I am. And I should just add that I think this has been a great achievement, Senator, of yours and of this committee. We've gone from Magnitsky to global Magnitsky to different countries now adopting their own Magnitsky-like laws, and now just recently the European Union. So I think this has been a tremendous success story in actually bringing the democratic countries of the world together and giving them an effective tool to actually push back against abuses of democracy and human rights.
In regards to Magnitsky, to deal with the sunset that's provided in the statute currently, to remove that, but also to strengthen some of the areas. There are ways that we can strengthen the global Magnitsky through the State Department and getting more countries to adopt global Magnitsky statutes, to make sure they're comprehensive, include corruption, and to make sure you have adequate staffing so that you can implement the law fully. I would also recommend that you follow the leads given to us by NGOs that in many cases have information that otherwise would not be made available to us to hold abusers accountable. I think these are all suggestions that can help strengthen the Magnitsky statute and our messages against international human rights violators.
Yep.
I want to mention one other area where I think we can make tremendous progress during your tenure, and that is on anti-corruption. We've all acknowledged that corruption is a national security threat. Corruption exists in every country, but unless you have a plan to deal with corruption, it becomes very corrosive to the underlying fabric of any democratic society. So I've introduced legislation with Senator Young that we use the model of the trafficking in persons that we do, where we evaluate every country in the world, including the United States, as to how well they're dealing with ridding trafficking of humans. We set up a similar regime for corruption, where we identify the problems we have in countries with corruption and put them on a tier rating of consequences. I've talked to the Biden transition team about this. This is legislation that did pass our committee and passed the Senate in the last Congress. It was not enacted into law. Will you work with us so that we can have a very strong position in making it clear that every country can do better with fighting corruption, but there are certain standards that need to be met?
Yes, absolutely. I'd welcome that if confirmed. And beyond that, we want to elevate the work in combating corruption at the State Department, that's something I'd welcome talking to you about.
However, if I might, your strategies in regards to the U.S.-Israel relations. We know that there has been strong support for the special relationship between Israel and the United States. We know that we need to maintain America's leadership in regards to that relationship because Israel has been marginalized in so many places and so many organizations around the world. You already mentioned the Abraham Accords. How do you intend to try to get back on track the Israel-Palestinian negotiations, where we know the only way for lasting peace in the Middle East is two states living side by side in peace, the Jewish state and a Palestinian state?
Thank you, Senator. First, let me start with this very basic proposition, which is that our commitment to Israel's security is sacrosanct. And this is something that the President-elect feels very strongly. His very first trip, when he was a member of this committee, as a senator, his first foreign trip was to Israel. He met with a prime minister by the name of Golda Meir. She had a young aide by the name of Yitzhak Rabin, and he has worked with every Israeli prime minister since then. And so the foundation of our relationship is support for Israel's security. Having said that, the President-elect believes, and I share this conviction, that the best way and maybe the only way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish democratic state and to give the Palestinians the state to which they are entitled is through the so-called two-state solution, obviously a solution that is very challenged at this moment. I think realistically, it's hard to see near-term prospects for moving forward on that. In the first instance, what would be important is to make sure that neither party takes steps that make the already difficult proposition even more challenging, and certainly avoids unilateral actions that makes that more challenging. And then hopefully to start working to slowly build some confidence on both sides to create an environment in which we might once again be able to help advance a solution to the Israel and Palestinian relationship.
Thank you. And of course, we have strong support in Congress, as you've seen by our actions. And I do think Congress working with the administration, we should be able to advance the process. One last question dealing with Central America. You talked about corruption. Senator Biden, Vice President Biden, had a game plan to try to deal with the corruption in Central America in a way for good governance that provided opportunities that would help against the migration, people wanting to live because of fear of gangs, etc. Is there a game plan for how you're going to deal with Central America?
There is, and I think, as you rightly point out, at the end of the Obama-Biden administration, toward the end, then Vice President Biden worked very closely with Congress, with this committee, to develop a plan to deal with the challenges posed by the systemic and endemic problems in the Northern Triangle countries, in Honduras and Guatemala and El Salvador. And these drivers, of course, were the primary drivers of migration crisis that continues to challenge us to this very day. So getting at some of the root causes that are causing people to make that incredibly difficult decision to pick up one day, leave everything they know behind, leave their families, their country, their culture, their language behind, because life is simply not tolerable in its present circumstance. If we don't help these countries address those causes, it's going to be very hard to get at the root of the problem. And so there was a bipartisan plan put forward that passed Congress with about $800 million to help countries in the Northern Triangle, but not simply throwing money at them, but tying the assistance we were providing to concrete reforms that they would take in the criminal justice system, in combating corruption, in creating greater economic opportunity, et cetera. And we began to see some, I think, progress in each of those countries as a result of this assistance and coordination. Unfortunately, that plan went into abeyance in the last few years, and we will come forward to talk to you about a renewed effort at a bigger scale that involves assistance for the Northern Triangle countries, but again, assistance tied to concrete, demonstrable reforms.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And again, thank you for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Senator Romney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to be associated also with the comments you made at the opening of this session, also the comments of Ranking Member Menendez, as well as the questions which he asked. And I'd like to indicate my concurrence also with the comments made by Mr. Blinken as he began. A number of things stood out. One was his conviction, which I share, that we be involved in the world, because the world is a safer place if we are involved in the world. And I think something we sometimes lose in our discussion of this involvement is that doesn't mean necessarily military engagement in the world. It means promoting our values, our economic interests, and so forth. And we're involved in the world because it is good for America. Not just good for the world, but it's good for us and for the people of America. And I applaud that recognition. I want to begin with some thoughts about China and think for the committee as well as for the American public that's watching this. If you'd perhaps describe for us what China has described as their ambition over this century, what they intend to achieve, and how the world would be different if they were successful in doing so.
Thank you very much, Senator. China had a policy for decades of, as they described it, hiding their hand and biding their time in terms of asserting their interests beyond China's borders, leaving aside what they were doing within their borders. And I think what we've seen in recent years, particularly since the rise of Xi Jinping as the leader, has been that the hiding and biding has gone away, and they are much more assertive in making clear that they seek to become, in effect, the leading country in the world, the country that sets the norms, that sets the standards, and to put forward a model that they hope other countries and people will ascribe to. And, Senator, my own conviction is that there are many very apparent weaknesses that China continues to try to hide when it comes to projecting its model. But in the absence of an alternative, they may do better than we think. And so I think our obligation is to demonstrate that the vision that we have, the policies we pursue, and the way we do it is much more effective in actually delivering for our people, as well as for people around the world, to make sure that our model is the one that carries the day. If we're pulling back from the world, if we're pulling back from the institutions, if we're pulling back from playing that lead role in shaping the rules and the norms, that gives them a free field to redefine the century more on their terms than on ours. One of the ways, this is just one example, but I think one of the ways we see this acutely is there's an increasing divide between what you might call techno-democracies, that is, technologically sophisticated countries that are also democracies, and techno-autocracies like China. And whether the techno-democracies or the techno-autocracies are the ones that get to define how technology is used, the technology that dominates all of our lives, I think is going to go a long way towards shaping the next decades. We have a very strong interest in making sure that the techno-democracies come together more effectively so that we are the ones who are doing the shaping of those norms and rules. And to the extent technology can be infused with values, that these are more our values than theirs. But there is no doubt that I think China would like to recapture its extraordinary past, but to do so in a way that is potentially, and very practically as we're seeing already, inimical to our own values and our own interests.
Yeah, I think my own view is that their ambition is to become the geopolitical leader of the world, as well as the economic leader of the world, the military leader of the world, and ultimately to impose their authoritarian views in such a way that would put in great risk the freedom and liberty of people here and around the world. How does Taiwan and our commitments to Taiwan figure in your thinking with regards to our interests in the region?
there's been a strong and long bipartisan commitment to Taiwan, the Taiwan Relations Act, also the communiques with China. And part of that commitment is making sure that Taiwan have the ability to defend itself against aggression. And that is a commitment that will absolutely endure in a Biden administration. We will make sure that Taiwan has the ability to do that. I'd also like to see Taiwan playing a greater role around the world, including in international organizations. When those organizations don't require the status of a country to be a member, they should become members. When it does, there are other ways that they can participate. And I think our own engagement with Taiwan should be looked at. And indeed, that's being done, as you know. Some regulations were promulgated by the outgoing Secretary of State. We're going to take a hard look at those pursuant to the Taiwan Assurance Act, and we will look at that. I had the opportunity, Senator, when President Tsai was running for office, to actually receive her as a candidate at the State Department when I was last there. I spoke to her a number of times when she became president, and I was Deputy Secretary of State. But the commitment to Taiwan is something that we hold to very strongly.
India has perhaps begun to see China in a new light, not only because of the border dispute, which led to the death of many Indian military individuals. They've indicated an openness to work with us with actually in military preparations as well and war games. How can we strengthen our ties with India and strengthen their resolve to defend democratic interests in the region?
I think India has been very much a bipartisan success story over successive administrations. It started with, toward the end of the Clinton administration, after the nuclear tests, when relations were put back on a better footing. Under President Bush, we secured a peaceful nuclear cooperation agreement with India. Then Senator Biden led the efforts at this committee to get that through Congress. And then I think during the Obama administration, we deepened cooperation with India, particularly in the defense procurement area, also on information sharing. And I think the Trump administration has carried that forward, including with this concept of an Indo-Pacific, and to make sure that we were working with India so that no country in the region, including China, could challenge its sovereignty, and also working with it on concerns that we share about terrorism. So I think there are many ways in which we can deepen that cooperation to pursue the path that successive administrations have put us on. One area I think that has a lot of promise and maybe even necessity is actually climate. At the current rate things are going, India is poised over the next 2 or 3 decades to catch up to China in terms of the emissions that it produces. At the same time, as you know, Prime Minister Modi has been a very strong advocate for looking at renewable energy and different technologies. I think there's a very strong potential for our countries to work together in that area.
That does raise the question of what it's going to be like to serve in an administration where former Secretary Kerry is going to be working with you. I hope that you're never tempted to give in your strategy with regards to China in order to obtain a climate advantage that Secretary Kerry might be promoting. So your State Department commitment to confront China, I think, is a great significance and hopefully the priority. Let me turn to another topic which was raised by Senator Johnson appropriately, which is a number of accomplishments of the Trump administration shouldn't be lost and in the foreign policy arena. One of those that is perhaps questionable by members in this committee relates to the JCPOA with regards to Iran. I, like Senator Menendez, was not supportive of the JCPOA and wrote a column suggesting that it was a mistake to enter into. My concern was that it allowed Iran to eventually have a nuclear weapon or have the capacity to have a nuclear weapon. And my view was that an agreement should only be reached if it prevented Iran forever from having a nuclear weapon. And I would only suggest that before the administration takes a posture with regards to the JCPOA, that there be a very careful review of intelligence to determine just what the state is of Iran right now with regards to the health of its leaders, with regards to the fragility of its economy, because there may well be a potential to take a more aggressive stance than might have been anticipated, and hope that you will give due consideration to not just reversing policies of the prior administration, but perhaps taking advantage of some things done by the prior administration that may prevent an opportunity that we might otherwise not be able to recognize.
I welcome having the opportunity to do that, to plunge into the intelligence if confirmed, and then also to working on that with you and other members of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Blinken.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Blinken, thank you for being willing to consider being nominated to this important post at this critical time and for being here today. One of the things we've heard in the last few days is the President-elect Biden's interest in resuming the United States' position in a number of international alliances, from everything from the Paris Climate Accords to the WHO. But clearly it's going to take more than that to rebuild our relationships around the world. So what else do we need to do, and what are you thinking about as, if you're confirmed, that you think is going to be important to restoring those relationships?
Senator, I think we have and several members of the committee have already alluded to this, we do have a big task ahead of us in restoring, revitalizing those relationships. I do think it starts, to use a colloquial term, with showing up again, with being present, with having our diplomats engaged in the painstaking, sometimes not very glamorous, hard work of day in, day out diplomacy, and being in the room, not pulling back from it. And I know sometimes that sounds trite, but I just think that we are so much better off, even in institutions and organizations that are clearly imperfect and need reform. We're, as a general rule, much better off being at the table than being outside the room if we're going to try to influence those institutions and organizations and move them in a better direction. So I think you will see in a Biden administration that kind of engagement, that kind of leadership. I think it's also fair to say that some of our allies and partners question the sustainability of our commitments based on the experience of of recent years. And that's going to be a hard hill to climb, and they're going to have to make their own calculations about that. But I think it comes down to this. One is, and maybe this is an obligation that I think all of us share who are in this line of work. Part of our challenge, I think, is to connect what all of us are doing to the lives of the American people. Because if we want to have their support for American leadership, American engagement in the world, we have to demonstrate that it is actually making an improvement in their lives or preventing something bad from happening. And I think COVID-19, to some extent, has maybe brought that home as nothing else has in recent years, going back to 9/11. But there's so many other areas where what we're doing around the world connects directly to the lives that our fellow citizens are leading, and I think we need to make those connections. That'll give us a stronger foundation upon which to build an engaged foreign policy, and in turn one that's, I think, sustainable and that our partners and allies recognize as such. Last word on this. I think one of the things that we all have in common with our democratic partners and allies is the recognition that most of the challenges we face, as I mentioned earlier, simply can't be addressed effectively by any one country acting alone, even the United States. And so whether it's a global pandemic, whether it is a changing climate, whether it's the spread of bad weapons, you name it, all of these things demand international cooperation and coordination. And I believe that if we're stepping up and playing the role that we played in the past, but focused on the problems of today and tomorrow, we'll actually get a receptive audience to work with us.
Well, I certainly agree with that and agree with the importance of robust diplomatic efforts. And given the discussion about China this afternoon, it seems to me that we ought to look at what China is doing in terms of their increase in investments in diplomacy. They're opening consulates around the world. They're focused on economic assistance for other countries because right now they're eating our lunch, and we better do better if we're going to be able to continue to compete. I would When you and I had the opportunity to talk a couple of weeks ago, which I very much appreciated, but one of the things we talked about were the attacks on our diplomatic personnel in Cuba and China and some other locations. And I and a number of other senators have continuously asked the State Department and Secretary Pompeo to provide information about those attacks, about what caused them, about our response to them, to make sure that our personnel are all treated fairly. And we were able to get some language into the defense bill that passed this year to do that. But we still have not seen all of the information that's available. Will you commit to being transparent with us about what's going on with those attacks and getting to the bottom of who's responsible and sharing that information with Congress and with the public where it's appropriate?
Yes, absolutely. And Senator, if I can just say first that your leadership on this issue, that of Senator Rubio, I know has been deeply appreciated within the department. I had some opportunity to get briefed on a few issues during this transition and nomination period, and one of the ones I asked for immediately was to get everything we knew about the so-called Havana syndrome and these attacks. And so I've read the reports. I was briefed on it. I welcome an opportunity to come and, if confirmed, to talk to all of you about it. Priority is making sure that our diplomats are safe and secure, but also that we find out who's responsible if a state actor or others are responsible, having accountability and making sure that we put the protections in place so that our folks are safe and secure. Would welcome working with the committee on that.
Good. I hope Senators Risch and Menendez that we can make that happen with this committee in the next month or so. Another topic we talked about briefly was the importance of ensuring that women are part of our foreign policy agenda. And I'm very proud to have worked on legislation to try and include women at the table when we're negotiating conflicts and to ensure that they're part of those efforts, because the data shows us that when that's the case, those kinds of peace negotiations have a 35% chance of lasting 15 years or longer. 35% better chance of lasting 15 years or longer. So it's something that makes sense. And I would hope, again, that the State Department would take more robust effort to be engaged in that. The Defense Department has, I think, been more proactive in that, and I hope that the state will join in those efforts in the coming year. But one of the areas where it's clearly an issue is in Afghanistan, and we have not gotten any commitment from the Taliban on the role of women in any future Afghan state post-peace talks. So I wonder if you could talk about what you think we should be saying to the Taliban.
First, Senator, I couldn't agree more with the larger point you were making, and that is very much a lens that we would intend to put on our foreign policy and on the work of the State Department. And again, would welcome the opportunity to work with you on that. When it comes to Afghanistan, we have a real challenge there, to state the obvious. First, yes, we want to end this so-called forever war. We want to bring our forces home. We want to retain some capacity to deal with any resurgence of terrorism, which is what brought us there in the first place. And we have to look carefully at what has actually been negotiated. I haven't been privy to it yet, particularly with regard to the agreement that was reached in the first instance between the United States and the Taliban, to understand fully what commitments were made or not made by the Taliban, and then to see where they get in their negotiations with the government of Afghanistan. I don't believe that any outcome that they might achieve, the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban, is sustainable without protecting the gains that have been made by women and girls in Afghanistan over the last 20 years when it comes to access to education, to health care, to employment. And so I think we have a strong interest, if that agreement is actually, if there is an agreement, if it's going to hold up, to do what we can to make sure that those rights are preserved. But I would acknowledge to you I don't think that's going to be easy, but we will work on it.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I intend to ask General Austin the same question at his hearing this afternoon. Can you finally, I know I'm almost out of time, but can you talk about what our response to Putin's taken into custody Mr. Navalny should be, and how we continue to put pressure on Russia?
It is extraordinary how frightened Vladimir Putin seems to be of one man. I think that speaks volumes. And Mr. Navalny is a voice, I think, for millions and millions and millions of Russians, and their voice needs to be heard in Russia. And the attempts to silence that voice by silencing Mr. Navalny is something that we strongly condemn, and we've spoken to it, and will continue to do so. I would say more broadly, and this is probably a subject for ongoing conversation, we've talked about a number of challenges. The challenge posed by Russia across a whole series of fronts is also one that is urgent. I have to say that I think members of this committee, particularly Senator Romney, have been very prescient when it comes to the challenge posed to us by Russia. There's a lot to be discussed and talked about there, but this is very high on the agenda for an incoming administration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Shaheen. Senator Rubio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Blinken, for being here. Thanks for your willingness to step back in and serve our country. We always should appreciate that for anyone who's willing to step up and do it. Obviously, everyone's asking about all the different parts of the world. I care about a lot of them, so I'm going to focus, if I can, on the Western Hemisphere for a moment. Two specific things. The first is, as you're well aware, in Cuba, there is a very small but not real large or substantial small private businesses. The bulk of the economic activity in that country is controlled by a holding company named Gaesa, which controls basically anything that makes money. And they've actually, anytime they figure out something might make money, they pull it into that. Gaesa is controlled by the Cuban military and military officials. And the current administration, the Trump administration, put in place a policy that prohibits financial transactions with any of those companies that are controlled by that holding company owned by the Cuban military. And so, theoretically, if the Cuban government would allow it, an independent Cuban can open up a restaurant, a hotel, or business and interact and have transactions, but not a company controlled by the Cuban military as identified through that holding company. Is that a policy that you would recommend to the Biden administration that we keep, or not?
Senator, I would propose to review that very, very quickly. In terms of the objectives that you cite, that makes very good sense to me. I think the question is, and I don't know enough to form a full judgment as to whether it is, in fact, achieving those objectives, and are there any other costs or consequences that we might want to look at. But certainly the objective strikes me as exactly the right one. I'd welcome an opportunity, if confirmed, to actually talk to you about that. And by the way, about our approach to Cuba more broadly.
On the issue of, as a matter of theory, because obviously the Cuban government we can open up whatever we want to them, but the Cuban government controls what they allow and what they don't allow. So as an example, if an individual Cuban decided to borrow money from a relative in the United States and open up a business, they could do so under existing law, potentially, depending on how the transaction was structured, but the Cuban government wouldn't allow it. In fact, they've cracked down on that. So I think we could agree, could we not, that to the extent that it involves economic independence for Cubans individuals or companies that they're allowed to start, that's one thing. But when it comes to these entities that are not state-controlled entities, they're oligarchs that control it, basically one individual, largely because they want to be not just a politically totalitarian state, but also an economic totalitarian state, that it would further the national interest of the United States to encourage more economic independence for the individual and less dependence on the state that gives them all this leverage over them. So I do sincerely hope that just because these were Trump policies, and I'm not claiming that that's what you're saying, that we don't just throw the whole thing out and say, let's go back to the Obama policy, that even some of the architects of it have since conceded could have been structured a little differently because they were unilateral and didn't lead to some of the results we thought. I do think as you carefully review many of the steps that have been taken, there is a logic and a rationale behind each of them that I hope that will be taken into account. I think it serves our national interest to do so. On Venezuela, I'm sure you're well aware that Maduro has repeatedly, over the course of the last 5 to 7 years, utilized negotiations as a delay tactic. It's so egregious that even the Vatican says we're not having any more negotiations. In fact, in a very strongly worded letter from the Pope to him said, you remember the last time we met, I'm paraphrasing, remember the last time we met, you agreed to things, you never did any of them, there's no purpose in meeting anymore. Effort after effort to negotiate with Maduro's regime for whatever have all resulted in nothing. He uses it to buy time and to delay, and he uses it to divide the opposition. And unfortunately, multiple players have fallen into that trap. The reality of it is that he will agree to all sorts of short-term reversible things, release a political prisoner or what have you. But at the end of the day, he's not ever going to agree to free and fair elections because he can't win them. Is it your view that that our stance towards Venezuela should change in essence, that we should no longer recognize Juan Guaido and enter into negotiations with Maduro?
No, it is not. I very much agree with you, Senator, first of all, with regard to a number of the steps that were taken toward Venezuela in recent years, including recognizing Mr. Guaido, recognizing the National Assembly as the only democratically elected institution in Venezuela, seeking to increase pressure on the regime led by a brutal dictator in Maduro, as well as to try to work with some of our allies and partners. The hard part is that for all of those efforts, which I support, we obviously have not gotten the results that we need. And one of the things I would really welcome doing, if confirmed, is to come and talk some of that through with you and with others on this committee, because we need an effective policy that can restore Venezuela to democracy, starting with free and fair elections. And how can we best advance that ball? I think there's some things that we can look at, particularly better, stronger coordination, cooperation with like-minded countries. Maybe we need to look at how we more effectively target the sanctions that we have so that regime enablers really feel the pain of those sanctions. And certainly, I believe there's more that we need to try to do in terms of humanitarian assistance, given the tremendous suffering of the Venezuelan people, as well as helping some of the neighboring countries that have borne the brunt of refugees from Venezuela. But I'd welcome an opportunity, if confirmed, to talk to you about that.
Yeah, and I would just encourage that every time we talk about issues like Venezuela, that it's important we point to the direct national interest of the United States in the matter, because I think sometimes people start to get the imagery that this is about nation building or picking sides in an internal dispute. The reason why the U.S. cares about of course, we care about democracy, we care a lot about human rights, but there is a direct national interest to the United States involved. You have a regime that openly houses and gives safe harbor to multiple terrorist organizations like the FARC and the ELN that traffic drugs, that in turn threaten to destabilize and even potentially topple at some point or seriously threaten the government of Colombia, which would be a massive blow to regional stability and ultimately impacts us as well. It's already having a migratory pressure on this country, but on countries in the region, in Peru and Brazil and Colombia, which ultimately also impacts us. They have very friendly relations, military and otherwise, with the Russians, and increased evidence of Iranian interest and activity, including the sale of oil or gasoline in exchange for gold that they're stealing from their reserve. So I just encourage you to constantly point to the fact that this is not just a do-gooder effort here. There is a direct national security interest of the United States involved in what happens there. You may have been asked this already, but I think it's important. Would you acknowledge, as I think a growing number of people have, that there was once here a bipartisan consensus on China, that once they got rich and they got prosperous, they would become more like us, that
Yes.
that consensus was flawed?
I think we've found that out in practice. Yes, I think there was a broad consensus that economic liberalization in China would lead to political liberalization. That has not happened.
Well, beyond the political liberalization, their intent was never, it goes deeper, that it goes to a dangerous imbalance that's now developed in the relationship on a commercial front, on a geopolitical front, and increasingly, potentially on a military front. You've seen a massive expansion of military capability, both technological and particularly in the asymmetric abilities that they have that really have no precedent. And it is now clear that they are making the argument to the world, and frankly and unfortunately, we domestically have helped them make this argument, that American-style democracy is too chaotic and that what we have here, them, the Communist Party of China, is much more stable and a much better model to follow. The bottom line is, and I know that this is people like to throw around the phrases like Cold War. I think this is very different than the Cold War. But do you have any doubt in your mind that the goal of the Chinese Communist Party is to be the world's predominant political, geopolitical, military, and economic power, and for the United States to decline in relation?
I do not.
You have no doubt?
I have no doubt.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Rubio. I am told that Senator Coons is with us electronically. Is that true?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you. Oh, now I can see you. There you are. Welcome, Senator Coons. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman Risch, Ranking Member Menendez. Thank you so much for a chance to be with you, Tony. It is great to be with you again. Thank you to you and your family, to Evan and John and Lila, for your willingness to serve once again. Given your previous experience as Deputy Secretary of State, Deputy National Security Advisor, as the staff director of this important committee, you have excellent experience and credentials, and in your opening statement, you once again reinforced the ways in which your life experience, your values, reinforce all the ways in which you will be an excellent Secretary of State for this nation. I'm sorry not to be with you in person. I was here for the send-off celebration as the President-elect departed Delaware and headed towards Washington to begin the inauguration. But it has been exciting to me to have a chance to hear my colleagues, both Democrats and Republicans, raise challenging issues and to hear your engaged and thoughtful and forward-looking answers. We gather today at a moment when it is a real challenge for all of us that the events of last Wednesday highlighted some of the deep divisions in our country and some of the challenges our democracy faces. And I am hopeful that after a national day of service yesterday celebrating Martin Luther King Day, after this evening's national reflection on all the American lives that have been lost in this COVID pandemic, and after tomorrow's inauguration, that we can begin the work of investing in our democracy, rebuilding our bipartisan consensus around some of the challenges facing us in the world, and to do that in partnership with you. Let me first start with something that's been the topic of many questions from colleagues, the U.S.-China relationship and how that in many ways will define this century. I very much look forward to working with the incoming chairman and ranking member of this committee, with you, Mr. Blinken, and with many of my colleagues in figuring out how we craft a durable, a sustainable, and effective, and a bipartisan strategy with regards to China. You've made reference, Tony, to the techno-democracies and techno-autocracies of the world, and the ways in which there is an intersection between concerns about digital privacy, digital promotion of democracy, intellectual property, and ways in which China's bad behavior on the world stage with regards to IP is laying the groundwork for them to successfully export their model of digital authoritarianism. Do you think in confronting China's digital authoritarianism, we should make that a part of the agenda of our convening a global group of digital democracy, something like the D10 that Prime Minister Boris Johnson has proposed? Or do you think we should pursue something with more weight, a regional structure, like a digital free trade zone of democracies aligned like the United States in order to help keep emerging technologies free and available and open to the world?
My sense is everything should be on the table. It may be something that requires multiple steps to get to the destination. In the first instance, bringing concerned countries together. the digital democracies together in an appropriate forum, I think is the place to start. And I don't want to minimize the challenge. We obviously have disagreements among democracies about a lot of profound questions about how technology is used. So we've got some work to do just to get our own collective house in order. But I think you start there, and then some of the more expansive ideas, Senator, that you alluded to is something that we might be able to get to and work toward.
I'd be excited to do that work with you. Senator Menendez, Senator Risch, a number of colleagues raised concerns about Iran and Iran's aggressive pursuit, both regionally of influence of their ballistic missile program and of their restarting their more robust enrichment program and the threat that that poses to the region and to our security. I also just want to renew my commitment to the U.S.-Israel relationship and to trying to pursue some positive path towards a two-state solution. The Middle East as a region remains as unsettled and unstable as it's ever been, although there was progress in some of the normalization aspects of the Abraham Accords that you have recognized. The administration will face real challenges in assessing Iran's willingness to negotiate in good faith and the path forward. I look forward to working with you on this challenge and making sure that we build a framework with our core allies in Europe that can take into account these broader destabilizing actions by Iran. Let me ask quickly about two other things going on in the region that haven't been addressed so far. Recently, outgoing Secretary Pompeo designated the Houthi movement in Yemen as a foreign terrorist organization. Many humanitarian leaders, including the head of the World Food Program and senators on both sides of the aisle, denounced that designation as something that may well create now a humanitarian crisis of greater scale. The president-elect has said he would end U.S. support for the war in Yemen and that U.S. support for humanitarian relief is critical. What steps do you think we can or should immediately take with regards to Yemen? How can the Senate help? And how do you see this as a piece of that broader regional puzzle of working through pushing back on Iran's projection of force through proxies while still re-examining some of our relationships in the region that have become more complicated by their human rights records?
First, Senator, we need to be clear-eyed about the Houthis. They in Yemen. They engaged in a path of aggression through the country. They directed aggression toward Saudi Arabia. They've committed atrocities and human rights abuses, and that is a fact. What's also a fact, though, is that the Saudi-led campaign in Yemen to push back against the Houthi aggression has contributed to what is, by most accounts, the worst humanitarian situation that we face anywhere in the world. And one aspect of that situation is that about 80% of the Yemeni population right now is in areas controlled by the Houthis. And whether we like it or not, we have to find ways to get assistance to them if we're going to do anything about addressing this situation. And so my concern, deep concern about the designation that was made is that, at least on its surface, it seems to achieve nothing particularly practical in advancing the efforts against the Houthis and to bring them back to the negotiating table, while making it even more difficult than it already is to provide humanitarian assistance to people who desperately need it. So I think we would propose to review that immediately to make sure that what we are doing is not impeding the provision of humanitarian assistance even under these difficult circumstances. I recognize that some have talked about carve-outs for American providers of humanitarian assistance. The problem there is that if the carve-outs don't apply to everyone around the world, it's not going to get the job done, because most of the humanitarian assistance provided to Yemen is not coming from the United States, it's coming from other countries. So I think we've got a very specific and concrete problem that we need to address very quickly if we're going to make sure we're doing everything we can to alleviate the suffering of people in Yemen.
Thank you for that answer. I need to move forward given the limitations of time. I was proud to have a chance to work with a number of colleagues on this committee in 2018 to help pass the BUILD Act that created the new Development Finance Corporation. In 2019, the Global Fragility Act, which set a new process and framework for looking at fragile states, borrowing from the lessons of Plan Colombia. One of the areas, as we both know, the president-elect has been passionate about is the Northern Triangle and finding ways to build a sustained long-term strategy that we can secure stability in a region that has long known fragility. And at the end of last year, we passed a bipartisan package that creates the Nidalowi Middle East Partnership for Peace Fund to provide support for partnership between Palestinians and Israelis to provide for economic ventures and opportunity. Are these three tools that you look forward to working with us on and that you will embrace in your leadership role as the Biden administration looks for new tools to use in advancing our broader objectives?
Yes.
Yeah. And can you help me understand from your view the challenge of combating fragility and putting prioritization in place between diplomacy, defense, and development?
So, First Senator, I think the Fragility Act is a terrific foundation upon which to do this. I've had some conversations with the President-elect about exactly this, and it is very much on his mind. That is the risks that continue to be posed emanating from fragile states and the national security interests that we have, as well as the humanitarian one, in doing what we can to help strengthen fragile states and prevent fragile states from becoming failed states. And I think you put in place a very good foundation for thinking about that. And of course, part of this is making sure that our development programs are fully and thoroughly integrated into our foreign policy, making sure that they are delivering and effective, because we are conscious that we're using the taxpayers' money in advancing them, but also making sure that we put these front and center, that they are not an afterthought, they're actually the first thought, along with our diplomacy, in our foreign policy.
And I think the Development Finance Corporation provides a critical new tool as long as it is a development finance corporation. Let me just, a number of colleagues have referenced Russia and the tragic arrest of Navalny and the importance of advancing human rights and supporting the fight for democracy, whether it's in failed authoritarian states like Venezuela, or it's in Putin's Russia, or it's elsewhere in the world. You know my long concern for Africa. There was just a deeply flawed election in Uganda, where Museveni has again held on to power in no small part by engaging in a blatant disregard for human rights. There are other countries of real concern in Ethiopia, the violence in the Tigray region, in Sudan, on the other hand, where there's been an encouraging transition to democracy recently. How do you plan to better support the fragile transition in Sudan while pushing back on those countries that are backsliding on their commitment to democracy, like Uganda, or some would argue Ethiopia?
So I think it starts with our very active engagement, not being AWOL when these problems emerge. Ethiopia, I share your deep concerns. We have seen a number of deeply concerning actions taken, including atrocities directed both at people in Tigray, directed at Eritrean refugees in Ethiopia. We, I think, need to see much greater access to the region, accountability, an effort to put a dialogue in place so that the issues that cause the conflict can actually be discussed and litigated as opposed to dealt with through violence. We need to see a restoration of communications. We need access for humanitarian assistance in the region. And I worry as well that what started there has the potential to be destabilizing throughout the Horn of Africa. So I would like to see American diplomacy fully engaged in trying to contend with this challenge. You cited a number of other places where we have, I share your concerns about the elections in Uganda, concerns in Cameroon recently, particularly violence directed at the Anglophone population. So there are a whole series of places where we have challenges where I think the United States can help make a difference, and that starts with being engaged.
Thank you, Senator Coons.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your indulgence. If I can just in closing say, I share your commitment to a diverse workforce in the State Department and to ensuring that the State Department has the resources it needs to do its job well. I could not agree more, Tony, with your statement that we have to connect foreign policy to the lived daily concerns of average working people across this country. You will be an excellent leader in doing so, and I very much look forward to supporting your nomination and to working with you. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Coons. Next up is Senator Graham, and after that will be Senator Murphy. However, between the two, and after Senator Graham, we're going to take a humanitarian break for about 10 minutes since we've been at it for a couple of hours. So you're holding up well, Mr. Blinken, but we don't want you to wither. So we'll take a break after Senator Graham's, as usual, poignant questions. Senator Graham.
Thank you. I'll try to make sure that I don't violate the Geneva Convention here. The one thing I want to say is I think you're an outstanding choice by President-elect Biden. I've known you for a long time. I think you're loyal to the president. I think you understand the world. We have different viewpoints on certain issues, but to me, the whole point of this is to nominate qualified people, get them in place as quick as possible, reach agreement where you can, and disagree when you must. So Senator Coons and I are going to be working together on the State Department appropriations account. You have my complete support. The people at the State Department are incredibly patriotic. They live in dangerous places doing very dangerous things. They don't get the notoriety they deserve. So I'm just a big fan of soft power and foreign foreign policy. The military has a very limited ability to change things, and they know it more than anybody else. So I think you're an outstanding choice. I intend to vote for you, but we're going to quickly go around the world and try to get a 30,000-foot view of where we start this new administration. Do you still consider Iran the largest state sponsor of terrorism?
I do.
Okay. Do you consider Israel a racist nation?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's a good start. Afghanistan. Do you agree that I agree totally with Senator Shaheen that if we abandon the Afghan women who fought so hard to have a say about the future of their children, it will affect our children's future. Do you agree with that?
I do.
If we've learned anything from Afghanistan, taking an eye off the ball doesn't really work well. And having 100,000 troops over there spending trillions of dollars really doesn't work well either. We're down to 2,500, a residual force with a counterterrorism mission. Do you think that's responsible at this point?
I know the President-elect wants to make sure that even as we pull back our forces, that we retain the capacity to deal with any reemergence.
And anything would be conditions-based.
That's correct.
Do you trust the Taliban to police al-Qaeda and ISIS regarding attacking America?
Trust is not a word that I would apply.
No, that's right. I agree with you. So any agreement that trusts the Taliban to police al-Qaeda and ISIS without us having some say, I think would be a bad deal. Appreciate that very much. On immigration, you're soon going to be Secretary of State with hopefully a good bipartisan vote. I think you deserve it. What would you tell the people in a caravan coming toward America?
I would say do not come.
Yeah, I think that's a good message. We're going to work on comprehensive immigration reform. I'll try to help where I can. But just don't come. That creates more problems than it solves. When it comes to asylum seekers have been staying in Mexico under the Trump administration. Do you find value in that program?
I have issues with that program, Senator. I think that we need to make sure that we are approaching what we do when it comes to those seeking asylum, seeking protection in this country, in line with the finest traditions that this country has shown from generation to generation. Part of that is the ability, that is both, I believe, a legal one and a moral one from where I sit, to allow people to make asylum claims and to deal with those claims expeditiously. People who need protection should get it. Those who do not meet the criteria should, with dignity, be removed. But our problem is that we're not resourced adequately to do this. Yeah. And that's what we need to work on.
If I could go a bit further, I think it's been gamed. I mean, I would like to increase the number of people that can come here seeking asylum. There are troubled parts of the world. A lot of people come here for economic reasons. They realize if they get 1 foot in the United States, claim asylum, they'll be giving a hearing date in the future, and most of them don't show up. Do you think we need to make sure that that narrative does not restart?
I agree, and we need a humane, a fair, and an orderly system. That's imperative, and I know you've heard the President-elect talk about the...
Some people on the left have been saying that we should decriminalize entry into the country. Do you agree with that?
Not my jurisdiction, but I disagree.
Okay, all right. China. Secretary Pompeo designated the Chinese Communist Party as having engaged in genocide regarding the Uyghur Muslim population. Do you agree with that designation?
That would be my judgment as well.
You do agree?
Yes.
Yeah, we're on a good start here. So this really, I just very much appreciate that. Do you believe that the Chinese Communist Party misled the world about the coronavirus?
I do.
What price, if any, should they pay?
When it comes to China's role in the virus, I think we want to. There's as you know, an investigation that is ongoing. We obviously want to see the results of that investigation, but there's some things we already know.
If they don't cooperate, what should we do?
I think that we have to look at very hard, because that cooperation. This is really the point. I think of where we need to go on this. What we do know already with regard to China and the virus is that they did not provide transparency. They did not share information. They did not give access when it mattered most in the early days of this virus. Had they done so, it's possible that the course of the virus would have been different, and we could have dealt with it sooner and more effectively. My sense, Senator, going forward, is that what we should be focusing on, I know people talk about the punitive, I would be very focused on the preventative, which is to say,
sure,
what steps will China take going forward?
Like wet markets.
For example,
right.
Yes, a very, very good example.
Yeah, I agree with that. When it comes to Taiwan, it's been the policy of the United States to basically, for lack of a better term, to guarantee Taiwanese democracy. What's your view of that?
My view is we have an abiding and longstanding and bipartisan commitment to Taiwan and to the Taiwan Relations Act. We need to make sure that they have the means to deter aggression, to defend themselves. I'd like to see Taiwan even more engaged in the world. It's in many ways a model democracy, a strong economy, and a technological powerhouse. And of course, the way they've dealt with COVID-19 has a lot of lessons to teach us.
But if the Chinese Communist Party decided to use military force against the population of Taiwan, that would create great upheaval throughout the world, and they would pay a heavy price. Is that fair to say?
That would be a grievous mistake on their part.
Hong Kong. Seems to be that they're not really paying much attention to what Congress is doing and what this administration is doing regarding Hong Kong. What can we do to get their attention that we're not doing?
So I wish we had taken some steps earlier. The national security law, the crackdown on media, the crackdown on free speech, on assembly, all of that has, I think, put in tatters the notion of real freedom and autonomy in Hong Kong, which were guarantees in the handover. One of the things, this is not going to fix the problem, but I'd like to see us, for example, be able to take in some of those fleeing Hong Kong and fleeing the repression for standing up for their democratic rights. And I know there's some legislation that looks at doing that. But I think we have to take a hard look about what our position should be on the presence of institutions and companies there. Is it going to remain a hub and a financial center? Does Beijing then get both sides of the benefit? We should take a hard look at that.
I think the first thing we have to do is send a stronger message, because they're clearly not listening to this Congress, and this administration's efforts, which I applaud, have fallen short. It's very difficult. When it comes to Turkey, the Congress has been pretty tough on Turkey for continuing to purchase Russian weapons and the S-400. Do you believe that Turkey needs to continue to be sanctioned until they change their behavior?
So I've looked at some of the so-called CATSA sanctions. I think that what Turkey has done as a NATO ally in acquiring the S-400s is unacceptable. The idea that a so-called strategic partner of ours would actually be in line with one of our biggest strategic competitors in Russia is not acceptable. I think we need to take a look and see the impact that the existing sanctions have had, and then determine whether there's more that needs to be done.
Okay, I think this administration may have, yesterday, I don't know, lifted a travel ban from Europe and other areas with a high COVID-19 infection rate. Are you considering restoring that ban?
So right now,
I would encourage you to.
It's above my pay grade, so.
I would encourage you to. And the reasons, the caravans have a multiple level of problems, and it'd be odd to just keep a travel ban in Europe, but allow people to mass on our border. So I hope we continue to fight the illness and prevent transmission. Finally, so many people wonder where our biggest threat is. I'm going to just end with this thought. China is a problem, multiple layer problem. Russia's up to no good. There's two groups out there that I worry the most about. I think if the Iranians had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. I think the Ayatollah is a religious Nazi. Will you agree to at least talk to me and Senator Menendez about an alternative to the JCPOA when it comes to Iran?
I welcome talking to both of you and members of this committee about the way forward on Iran.
Okay. And finally, this is the 20th anniversary of 9/11. September this year will be 20 years. I think they're going to remind us that they're still out there. Do you agree with me that the worst thing America could do is have a false sense of security when it comes to radical Islam? Do you agree with the following proposition? The only reason they haven't killed more of us is they can't find a way to do it, and we pretty much kept our foot on their throat.
I share your concerns about the ongoing threat posed by what's left of al-Qaeda, ISIS, other extremist groups that target the United States.
Finally, do you believe they had a nuclear or chemical weapon they could acquire when they would use it?
I think there's a high probability that if they had access to such a weapon, certainly in the past they would have, and going forward, something to be concerned about.
20 years later, where do we stand regarding the fight against al-Qaeda and ISIS?
I think we've demonstrably made significant progress in different parts of the world against them when it comes to al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, the original threat. There's still a problem. There's still a presence. There's still a relationship with the Taliban. It's much diminished from what it was, but precisely to your point, if we take our eye off that ball, there's a risk that it comes back. ISIS, I think, actually across two administrations, we succeeded in taking away its geographic caliphate in Iraq and in Syria. But there again, we can't take our eye off the ball. And then, of course, we've seen affiliates of both groups spread to different parts of the world. So we still have our work cut out for us.
Well, thank you. I look forward to working with you.
Thanks.
I think all of us agree with those comments, and particularly right now, for whatever reason, the Sahel seems to be their preferred place to reemerge. So that's something that's going to need your attention. With that, Senator Murphy, you've been incredibly patient from the very beginning, but I'm going to ask you to be patient for a little longer, and we will take a 10-minute humanitarian break. The committee will be at ease, subject to call of the chair.
order. Senator Murphy, you're up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Tony. Thank you for sharing that really wonderful story about your stepfather at the outset. We are not a perfect nation. We have been flawed from the beginning. We are always seeking perfection, but I imagine at that moment, America looked perfect, and it's a reminder of the unique power that this country has to affect change and be a force for good in the world. Thanks for beginning us with that inspirational story. I wanted to come back to this question of the war in Yemen for a moment. I thank Senator Coons for beginning this conversation. It has been just a national security disaster for the United States. Over 100,000 children have died of starvation and disease. AQAP, to Senator Graham's point, maybe the arm of al-Qaeda with the clearest intentions to hit the United States, remains active, controlling territory, and I would argue it has strengthened Iran the longer that it has gone on. President-elect Biden made a commitment during the campaign to end our military support for the Saudi-led coalition, and I wanted to ask you to speak to that commitment, but then also maybe to step back and talk about what our work through this coalition has taught us about the path forward in our relationship with Saudi Arabia. This is an important ally, a strategic partner, but one that has begun to act very differently. And Yemen is an example of a set of behaviors that has gone off the rails in many ways, and probably argues for us to take a different approach to an ally, but an ally whose interests often do not align with ours any longer. So the specific question of military support for the coalition and then a broader look at the alliance.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator. President-elect has made clear that we will end our support for the military campaign led by Saudi Arabia in Yemen, and I think we will work on that in very short order once the President-elect is President. For the reasons that you've cited, we have seen Yemen become the worst humanitarian situation in the world. And of course, as we were discussing earlier, the Houthis bear significant responsibility for what's happened in Yemen, but the way the campaign has been conducted has also contributed significantly to that situation. And so our support should end. We, of course, as you cited, have a partnership with Saudi Arabia. We, I believe, should do what we need to do to help defend Saudi Arabia against aggression directed at Saudi Arabia, including from Yemen and from the Houthis. But again, as you've said, we have real concerns about some of the policies that our Saudi partners have pursued. And accordingly, the President-elect has said that we will review the entirety of the relationship to make sure that as it stands, it is advancing the interests and is respectful of the values that we bring to that partnership.
You made, I think, an interesting and I think very candid comment in response to Senator Johnson's query about Libya, that we were met with realities on the ground that we didn't expect. You could probably tell a very similar story about our engagements in most Middle Eastern theaters of war, that we had a plan, and then once we got on the ground, that plan was met with realities we did not expect, whether it's the ability of Iran and al-Qaeda to fill vacuums in Iraq, the difficulty of finding moderate vetted rebels in Syria to train that could be effective in pushing back against Bashar al-Assad. And I think there's probably a lot of reasons for the series of mistakes we have made. Hubris is probably one of them, and so I appreciate your comment about humility. But I also think it's due to I think secondary role that state has played often in many of these strategic conversations over the years because of a lack of capacity that state has. In Syria, when we put 2,000 troops on the ground, we had at times only one diplomat, one State Department personnel there, even though every single general came before us and told us that there was no military solution inside Saudi Arabia, inside Syria. And so this leads me to two connected questions. One, what are the capacities that state doesn't have today that it needs to be able to compete? If the threats that are posed to the United States in the next 50 years are by and large not conventional military threats, what does state need to be able to respond? And second, especially in these really dangerous, fragile places, how do we get the State Department out of its bunker, right? Especially in the wake of Benghazi, the walls have gone up. And so 18-year-old Marines are out doing the work of diplomats. So what kind of new capacities do we need? How do we get state out on the front lines?
I really appreciate the question. I think it goes to the heart of the mission I would have responsibility for if I'm confirmed to this job. First, in terms of state capacity, in the first instance, we have, as a result of attrition, as a result of morale, we've seen a drop-off in state personnel where we're now about 1,000 short of the numbers we were at just 4 years ago. That in and of itself is a problem. But it's not simply a matter of bringing people back, filling the slots that are now empty. It's making sure that, to the best of our ability, we're building a workforce that has the skill set to deal with the incredibly complex challenges that we're facing that are very different than the challenges we faced in previous generations. We have some authorities. I suggest we probably need more that give us the flexibility to bring talent in different ways at different times to meet some of those needs. We need to have the expertise in global health. We need to have the expertise in climate. We need to have the expertise in technology, given the dominant role that it plays. And that's something that, if confirmed into this job, I'm going to spend some real time on, and working with this committee to make sure that we have the ability to do that. Part of this is about spreading the message that this is a wonderful career to have and a good place to be. I've been distressed by the fact that applications to take the Foreign Service exam dropped significantly. So that's something we need to repair. And then finally, on this point, Senator, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The skill set, the talent set, that's usually important, but the workforce also has to look like the country it purports to represent. And so one of the things that I am determined to focus on, if confirmed, making good on building that kind of workforce, making sure that we're recruiting, we're retaining, and we're accountable for a workforce at state that looks more like the country it represents. And I think there's a lot of things that we can do to achieve that and make real progress.
I think you're right. This is about capabilities. I do think it's also just about a finite number of resources. It doesn't make sense to me, given the threats presented to the United States today, that we have more military band members than we do diplomats, and we have to watch what China's doing. 2019 was the first year in which they had more diplomatic posts around the world than the United States did. If we're going to meet them on a playing field, even strength, then we need to recognize.
I've got to say, I very much agree with that, and my colleagues will probably take this out on me for saying it, but when I look at the fact that the last requested increase for the Defense Department, the increase over its existing budget, equaled the totality of the state foreign operations budget, I think something's out of whack.
In the minute I have remaining, I'd love to turn to a subject we haven't touched upon, and that's Ukraine. Obviously, the subject of much consternation and discussion in the United States Congress over the last 2 years, but a country that is still enormously fragile, and a country that is in need of a much more stable friendship from the United States. The focus here has been largely around this question of lethal arms. I came around to support that notion. At the same time, I don't think Putin has any intention of actually marching an army to Kyiv. He wants to disempower that nation economically and politically so that eventually they just give up and hand the keys back to a Kremlin-friendly government. And so it's really a question of, can we give them the political tools and the economic help in order to stay sovereign and independent? And I'd love your quick thoughts on the path forward with Ukraine.
I spent a lot of time on Ukraine when I was last in government. I share both your commitment to trying to help it, particularly to stand up against the aggression that we've seen from Russia, both with regard to the attempted annexation of Crimea and, of course, what's happening, the conflict in the Donbass in eastern Ukraine. And I very much agree with you that we have to have a comprehensive approach. I supported the provision of lethal defensive assistance to Ukraine, but to the extent that Russia is the threat from without, the threat from within is corruption. The threat from within is a lack of institutions that can effectively manage the country. And we have to help the Ukrainians deal with that too, because even if we're successful in at least helping them keep Russia at bay, if that threat from within continues, then it's going to be very difficult for them to build a viable democracy.
Thank you for your candid conversation with us today. And notwithstanding all of that agreement with Lindsey Graham earlier, I look forward to supporting your nomination. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Murphy, I think. With that, we will move to Senator Barrasso.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blinken, I appreciate your being here today to testify. We all value your willingness to serve the country. The role of the Secretary of State is vitally important to protecting our national security as well as advancing American interests and our values across the globe. With this in mind, your nomination to me raises concerns. It's critically important our nation not return to a strategy of leading from behind. Many of us have spoken about the failed foreign policies of the Obama-Biden administration. Robert Gates, the former Secretary of Defense under President Obama, noted that Joe Biden, he said, quote, has been wrong on nearly every major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. I bring this up because you were an integral part in advising both Biden and Obama on these failed foreign policy decisions. Even with years of experience in foreign policy, when it came time to make the right decisions, in your own words, you say you failed. On Syria, the Obama-Biden foreign policy failed. You admitted, quote, we failed in preventing a tragic loss of life as well as millions of people made into refugees or internally displaced, and that's something that we will have to live with. You also went on to say in Syria, we rightly sought to avoid another Iraq, but by not doing too much, but we made the opposite error of doing too little. On Libya, the Obama-Biden foreign policy failed. Again, you admitted, you said Libya is a particularly challenging one, and I have to acknowledge that we obviously did not succeed in the Obama-Biden administration in getting that right. In Iraq, the Obama-Biden foreign policy failed. Unfortunately, you continue, I believe, to mistakenly call the withdrawal of U.S. troops in Iraq a success, but the rest of the world knows that the failure to get a status of force agreements in Iraq created a vacuum which led to the creation of ISIS. In 2014, Senator John McCain, who was a member of this committee, raised these issues, went to the Senate floor to speak against your nomination to be Deputy Secretary of State. I ask, Mr. Chairman, that his statement be submitted to the record. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He raised concerns with your actions, statements, and decisions regarding Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, and Ukraine. Based on that record of failed foreign policy decisions, Senator McCain said, not only is Mr. Blinken unqualified, but he said, I believe, a threat to the traditional interests and values that embody the United States of America. So once you were confirmed, what happened? You helped negotiate the terrible Iran nuclear deal. These botched decisions have serious consequences. I believe they embolden terrorist organizations around the globe. These failures put the lives of the men and women who serve our nation at risk, and I think it would be a grave mistake to confirm a Secretary of State who has a demonstrated track record of repeatedly making the wrong decisions when it comes to American foreign policy and national security. In your opening statement, you talked about the Chinese Communist Party who continues to commit terrible human rights abuses. I want to talk about that. You have confirmed that you believe it is genocide, that the Uyghurs, a religious and ethnic minority in China, has experienced, as you know, brutal repression at the hands of the Chinese government. What do you plan to do with within the first 30 days to address what Joe Biden has described as a genocide committed by the Chinese government?
Thank you, Senator. I was tempted to start by saying it's good to see you again. So on the Uyghurs, I think we're very much in agreement, and the forcing men, women, and children into concentration camps, trying to, in effect, re-educate them to be adherents to the ideology of the Chinese Communist Party, all of that speaks to an effort to commit genocide. And so I agree with that finding. I think we have to look at the tools that we have available to us, including some of the tools that the Congress has provided, to see what actions we can take. So, for example, I think we should be looking at making sure that we are not importing products that are made with forced labor from Xinjiang. That's one such thing. We need to make sure that we're also not exporting technologies and tools that could be used to further their repression. That's one place to start.
In your opening statement, and I agree with it, you said that strengthening Congress's traditional role in foreign policy would be helpful. And the U.S. Constitution provides the Senate the power to approve or reject treaties. Mm-hmm. But treaties have to be submitted to Congress before we can approve them or reject them. So whether it's the Paris Climate Agreement or the Iran nuclear deal, the Obama-Biden administration disregarded the important role of the Senate. They refused to submit the agreements to the Senate for its advice and consent. So the Obama-Biden administration did an end run around us, attempted to draft them in a way to avoid the ratification process. So if confirmed, is it going to be continuation to disregard the will of the American people by negotiating international agreements and then refusing to submit them to the Senate? Or will we go by what you said in your opening statement, which is more of a partnership?
So I think two things. First of all, with regard to any of these issues, any of these agreements, in whatever form they are, my strong commitment to you and to this committee is that we will engage in genuine consultations, not notification, real consultations, real dialogue on the takeoff, not on the landing, so we can try to work these things through together. When it comes to various arms control agreements, there's a long history, as you know, of many agreements not being treaties, whether it's the Nuclear Suppliers Group, whether it is the Proliferation Security Initiative, and then in other areas like the Helsinki Final Act, none of these were treaties. There are sometimes good reasons, in fact, reasons that advance our national security for why a treaty is not advisable. There is international treaty law that sometimes makes it more difficult to take action against a country that is not complying with its obligations under a treaty than it is under a non-treaty agreement. So I think we have to look at this on a case-by-case basis. With regard to Iran, of course, there is the ANARA legislation. We will certainly make sure that we're in compliance with that legislation and its requirements. Many of the reporting requirements, of course, have fallen by the wayside once we got out of the agreement. At a minimum, those would resume, and we'll have to look at what the obligations under the law would be if there is any forward movement with Iran.
Well, you brought up the arms control agreement. As our country continues to face threats from around the world, you should not take any action, I believe, that's going to hinder our missile defense options. Mm-hmm. The United States must always remain in charge of our missile defense system, not Russia, not any other country. So I have concerns about efforts of Russia to limit our own missile defense and actions that the Obama administration took in this issue. So can you commit to us that in any arms control discussion with Russia for which you're responsible, that the United States will never agree to any limiting of our own missile defense programs?
It's hard to see a circumstance in which we would do that.
And so the new START expires February 5th, coming up, 2021, right. In less than a month. There are only a few weeks before the arms reduction treaty between us ends. Does the Biden administration plan to extend the treaty, and if so, for how long?
Senator, I think we're going to seek an extension. I think because we've been very focused on observing the one president at a time tradition and rule, and so this is something that the president-elect, I know, will have to take up almost immediately upon assuming office for the very reasons that you cited. We have an agreement that's expiring in just 16 days or so. So what I can tell you is that I know we will be coming to you very quickly, almost immediately, to discuss that. And what I can say at this point is that, yes, we'll seek to extend it.
President-elect Biden has pledged to treat U.S. allies with respect, consideration. One of our most important allies is our neighbor to the north, Canada. Today, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau urged the incoming administration to consider any potential efforts to sabotage, reconsider any potential efforts to sabotage the Keystone XL pipeline. President-elect Biden has made comments, I understand from the news, that he wants to shut that down. Alberta Premier Jason Kenney raised concerns about reports of plans to cancel this valuable project, saying, quote, Doing so would kill jobs on both sides of the border, would weaken the critically important Canada-U.S. relationship, would undermine U.S. national security by making the United States more dependent on OPEC oil imports in the future. So I strongly oppose any effort by the Biden administration to cancel or delay the Keystone XL pipeline project. It creates jobs, it helps grow the economy, it improves our nation's energy security. I think taking any action to cancel it would eliminate jobs for thousands of Americans and undermine economic stability for many. So how does revoking permits for the Keystone XL pipeline without consultation or deliberations show respect and consideration to Canada, one of our closest allies?
So this would be a decision for the President to make. He has, the President-elect has said that he does intend to rescind the permit. What I can say with regard to the State Department and its role and my potential role if I'm at the State Department is anything going forward we would address with absolute objectivity and professionalism to make sure that any proposed permit or agreement that comes before us advances the national interest and national security.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Barrasso. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Blinken, congratulations on the nomination. You're very well qualified for the position. Let me begin with something that I think is really important. The Secretary of State, by longstanding norm, not law, has been one of the least political of the cabinet secretaries. Generally, the Attorney General, Secretary of State, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Defense do not engage in partisan political activity. And that pretty much goes back decades and decades. Your successor pretty much broke that practice in some fairly significant ways. Your predecessor has an Office of the Legal Advisor. The Office of the Legal Advisor gave wise advice to all in state and elsewhere. In a December 2019 memo, the legal advisor reminded all political appointees that they were, quote, they were prohibited from, quote, engaging in political activity in concert with a partisan candidate, political party, or partisan political group, and specifically indicated that, quote, Senate-confirmed presidential appointees may not even attend a political party convention or a convention-related event. Your predecessor stressed that in a cable to State Department employees in December. Quote, it is important that the department's employees do not improperly engage the Department of State in the political process and that they adhere to the Hatch Act and department policies in their own political activities. Despite that, your predecessor appeared and gave a campaign speech at the Republican National Convention, violating policy that he and the legal advisor had laid clearly down. I want to ask you about the words of another Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who said, as Secretary of State, I'm obliged not to participate in any way, shape, fashion, or form in parochial political debates. I have to take no sides in the matter. He said in 2004 when he skipped the Republican National Convention. Will you follow the Powell practice that has been the practice of the State Department and the Secretary of State for decades, or will you follow the Pompeo practice and turn the Secretary of State into a partisan political position?
I strongly agree with Secretary Powell, and that is the model I would follow.
I will be extremely disappointed if I see you showing up at partisan events for Democrats, including the president and vice president, the president who's appointed you. If I see you doing campaign events for anybody on my side of the aisle, I will be very disappointed. And I know you're not going to, but I wanted to put that on the record.
And I would welcome you holding me to that. I have to tell you, Senator, I could not agree more strongly that with regard to the State Department, it has to be, and if I have anything to say about it, it will be a nonpartisan institution that is seeking only to advance the national interest. And I might add, I started my career in Washington at the department in 1993. And I've been working with the men and women of the Foreign Service, the Civil Service, for the better part of 25 years. And I could not begin to tell you for 9 out of 10, or maybe even 10 of 10, if the person's a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, or what. They are simply professionals who are working to advance the national interest. And if the person who purports to lead them is not doing the same thing, I think we've got a problem.
Let me ask a related question. The norm over time in the State Department for ambassadors has been that about 70% are career and 30% are political. There's nothing magic about that number, but administrations, both Democratic and Republican, have generally sort of adhered to that ratio. The Trump administration changed that ratio pretty significantly. It was about 55% career and 45% political, 50% higher in terms of the political appointees than the norm. As you have had dialogue with President-elect Biden about his thoughts about the State Department, do you think you'll see us go back to the norm? The political appointees are often very, very important. I get it, and that's why the 30% is important. But do you think we'll go back to a norm and see that 2 to 1 or 70 to 30 as a more likely path forward?
Yes, I do.
Thank you for that. I am very worried. There's been questions about issues in the Western Hemisphere, and I'm worried that we just pay attention to the Western Hemisphere when there's a crisis. If there's a caravan, we're going to be paying attention to it. Or significant drug trade from Colombia, we're going to pay attention to it. But then we sort of lose attention, and we tend to look at the world as if it has an east-west axis and not a north-south axis. President-elect Biden, I think, starts with some real goodwill in the region because when he was vice president, he did spend significant time working with our State Department and other professionals to sort of build relations in the Americas. I still think there's just tremendous upside in this. It's hard for a U.S. of 330 million to sort of match up all the time with nations like China with 1 billion people. But the Americas, from Tierra del Fuego to the Yukon, would have about 1 billion. So the more we can do in tandem with other nations in the Americas, the more we can advance our own economic and security interests. I don't think we should do it just because China and Russia and Iran are getting involved in the region, but that should make us worry. Talk to me a little bit about your big picture perspective and that of the Biden administration on sort of an all Americas policy or focus on our own backyard.
Thank you for raising that. You're right. This has actually been an area of focus for the president-elect. I went back and counted not so long ago, and I think he made 16 trips to countries in our hemisphere as vice president. And even before that, when he was a member of this committee, he was very focused on a number of issues in the hemisphere, starting with Colombia, Plan Colombia, and what followed. And then as vice president, a real focus on Mexico, on the Northern Triangle countries, and for that matter, issues throughout the hemisphere. And he has a strongly held view that we have a strong national interest in doing what we can to advance the future for our hemisphere that is democratic, that is middle class, that is secure. And there is a lot that we can and should be doing as partners with countries throughout the hemisphere to advance that vision. So in terms of the way we're resourced, in terms of the way we're focused, I feel confident that this is going to get sustained attention, not what you rightly described as sort of piecemeal attention. Yeah, episodic.
I look forward to working with you on that. Let me ask you a question about Israel-Palestine, which has come up already. The two-state solution. This has been U.S. policy since Truman in one way or another, certainly since the Oslo Accords. And yet sometimes I feel like our policy is to say two-state solution is our policy, but it has been hard for us to find meaningful path forward. I paid my first visit to Israel in 1998. I've been to Israel more times than I've been to Ireland, and I have relatives in Ireland. I really value the U.S.-Israel relationship, but the prospects for a peaceful Israel and Palestine existing side by side are worse today than they were in 1998 when I first visited, and I find that tragic. Yeah. And what's the challenge of not having a meaningful two-state solution? Let's just talk about COVID. There's a vaccination campaign going on right now that in Israel is viewed as one of the leading and most innovative in the world in terms of vaccinating high percentages of people, but virtually no one in Palestine has been vaccinated. And the Israeli health minister says when we are done with our citizens, then we will focus attention on our neighbors. So the Palestinians are in this odd space where they're sort of they don't have their own country, they're in a country, but they're not considered citizens, they're considered neighbors. This is the kind of thing that suggests we really do need to find a path forward. I do believe the Trump administration's success in the Abrahamic Accords is notable, and I applauded it right out of the gate. How might we use the improved relations between nations in the Arab world with Israel to help advance the prospect, finally, since the late 1940s, the prospect of a two-state solution?
Well, first of all, I very much share the premise of your comment and question, which is, as I see it, the two-state solution, however distant it may appear, is still the best and probably the only way to truly assure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state, and of course to give the Palestinians the state to which they are entitled. The challenge, of course, is how to move forward on that at a time when it, you rightly said, seems more distant than it's ever been, at least since Oslo. I hope that the progress that was made with the Abraham Accords, which I applaud, the steps that countries are taking to normalize relations with Israel is an extremely positive development, and one that we would hope to build on if given the opportunity. I hope that also might create a greater sense of confidence and security in Israel as it considers its relationship with the Palestinians, because whether we like it or not, whether they like it or not, it's not just going away.
And these nations that have now normalized relations can play an important role in both economic support for Palestinians, but also providing security assistance, and they may be more willing to do that now that they've normalized relations in this way. Well, Mr. Blinken, thank you. My time is up. I do want to work with you and State Department on issues about war powers, the cleaning up of the various authorizations from 1991 and 2001 and 2002 that are still floating out in space with no time or geographic limit. I'll look forward to working with the State Department and the White House on those.
I would welcome that.
Thank you very much.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kane. Appreciate that. Senator Portman's up next, but I'm told that he is indisposed at the moment, which turns to you, Senator Paul, and we will get back to Senator Portman. Senator Paul.
Thank you. Like Joe Biden and Hillary Clinton, you've been a consistent supporter of military intervention in the Middle East, from the Iraq War to the Libyan War to the Syrian Civil War. Some on your side of the aisle, including the president-elect, have said, well, we were given bad intelligence. They misled us on the intelligence on Iraq. That's a very specific reason. There's probably some truth to it, but I think it misses sort of the lesson of the Iraq War. Likewise, your justification for maybe coming to a new approach on the Libyan civil war is, well, maybe we overestimated the idea of having viable successors there. To me, it seems like we're still missing the point, because even after Libya, you guys went on to Syria wanting to do the same thing again, and you've argued, well, maybe we just didn't do enough. If we'd done more, we could have toppled Assad and we could have had real regime change in Syria. Well, you got it in Iraq, you got it in Libya, and it's a disaster. The lesson of these wars is that regime change doesn't work. People say, oh, we're going to get rid of the iron fist, and Thomas Jefferson's going to arise from the ashes. Well, that, is a naive notion to believe that Thomas Jefferson or his like live in Libya or live in Iraq. Their tradition is so much different than ours. I mean, we've been fighting against centralized power in the English tradition for 1,000 years. The revolution in England was 350 years ago. Ours was 250 years ago. That tradition they don't have. They have a tribal existence. You trade one for another. But mostly what you've gotten through the policies you have advocated, and Joe Biden has advocated, and frankly, John Bolton has advocated, this idea of regime change has been a disaster for the Middle East. We complain, everybody around here is concerned, Iran, Iran, Iran. Well, why is Iran stronger? Who's their best friend in the region now? Iraq. We did that. We had a balance of power. It wasn't perfect, but we had somewhat of a balance of power in the Middle East, and you guys messed it up. You got rid of the one bad guy, and another bad guy got stronger. And so then you went to Libya and did the same thing. And they said, well, maybe Libya's a one-off. Well, maybe there's a rule here. Maybe there's something we can learn about regime change, and maybe we can learn that humility would be that maybe we shouldn't be choosing every government in the Middle East. I would argue that instead of always choosing the governments, maybe we should not reward the bad ones. You know what I mean? So, for example, with Saudi Arabia, I despise the regime. I'd probably still trade with them. I probably wouldn't cut them off completely. I wouldn't sell them any more arms, and after they killed Khashoggi, they shouldn't have got one bit of our armaments. But both sides advocate for this. On UAE, we tried to stop that because UAE has a terrible human rights record. Both sides support it. The problem around here is we have bipartisan consensus. The problem isn't lack of consensus. The problem is too much consensus, but the consensus is for regime change. Are any of the lessons you've learned from the failure of Iraq war, Libyan war, the chaos, the vacuum, and more terrorism that occurred and more lives that were lost, and then to go on to Syria? I don't get that there's been a lesson learned. Is there any kind of lesson learned on your part that regime change may not be the best thing for us in the Middle East?
Senator, I think we and I certainly have an absolute obligation to try to learn from everything we've done, advocated, to take into account the results, and to make that inform how we think about these problems going forward. And I've done a lot of hard thinking about some of the very situations you mentioned. I'm proud of the fact that I have spent all of my career during the times I've been in government for the better part of 25 years, working to advance our diplomacy, to do everything we possibly can to make sure that diplomacy is the first answer, not the last answer, and that war and conflict is a last resort.
The next step was Syria. The next step was the Syrian civil war, which looks a lot like the Iraq war and the Libyan war.
In Syria, there were those who were advocating for a repeat of Iraq, which is to say a whole-scale intervention. That's something that I did not agree with. When we were looking at what to do in Afghanistan.
Here's the problem in Syria. There was a predictable result there. Had you gotten rid of Assad, who were the fiercest fighters over there? Al-Nusra and Al-Qaeda. The more radical you were, the better fighters you were. The program that you started with Hillary Clinton, the program to train the moderate rebels, we spent $250 million. We trained about 60. We sent 10 of them into battle, and they were captured in the first 10 minutes. It was a complete disaster. This whole idea that there were moderates over there that we were going to support, doctors and lawyers and stuff, there were, but I don't think they were out there fighting. The ones out there fighting were jihadists, Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, and if they'd have taken over the country, Assad's a terrible person, but I'm not positive that these people would have been better. So, I mean, it's the same lesson. Our humility has to be, let's quit toppling regimes over there. Let's don't support the bad ones, but let's don't presume enough that if we topple them, that in the vacuum, Thomas Jefferson is going to arise, because it never seems to happen. With regard to advise and consent, and this is a little bit on Senator Barrasso's extension of his question on treaties, it really isn't so much a solicitous mood to say, well, we just can't pass these treaties, so we're going to make all these agreements and they're not coming to you. But I would argue even more importantly on war. You have argued when you've been part of administrations that, oh, yes, you know, we'd like Senator Keynes, a more narrow AUMF, but we don't really need it. Now, you're not alone. That sort of, I think, arrogant executive sort of attitude comes from both parties. Every president for the last 50 years. In fact, they all probably believe this. They believe they have absolute power. It's called this absolute Article II authority. And this runs on both sides. But it runs through the extremes on our side. The John Boltons on our side believe in this absolute Article II authority. The AUMF from 9/11 had nothing to do with people in Somalia. Do you think the AUMF from 9/11 authorizes you to continue the war in Somalia?
I think the AUMF from 9/11 has been used in countries and against groups that were not contemplated or cited in the AUMF, which is the very strong reason why we should revisit it.
But it's very specific. It says people who organized to attack us. It doesn't mention, you know, people say, well, they say and associated forces. That's not in it. That's somebody dreamed that up later and sort of said that it's in. It's not in there. It doesn't say associated forces. There is no authorization for war in Somalia, Mali, Yemen, which the Obama administration originally did support. So there really isn't. Now, I'm not for a more narrow one. I'm just for no more war over there. I'm tired of all the war. I'm tired of all the nation building. Look, I love the rights of women as much as anybody, but if our goal is going to be that we're going to keep women in power, like in Saudi Arabia, we're going to go to war with Saudi Arabia because they don't have women ministers of health and stuff, you know, it really isn't exactly our national security that you're talking about. You're talking about something different. Now, from the point of view of the Secretary of State, there are things you can do through soft power to advocate for the principles we believe in, but overthrowing governments to instill women's rights or to continue women's rights and to continue a military presence presence there and fight battles for it is really not something that is in the purview of the Secretary of State or really under the Constitution to anyone in our government. With regard to NATO, you've advocated for expanding NATO. Do you still support putting Georgia in NATO?
If a country like Georgia is able to meet the requirements of membership and if it can contribute to our collective security, yes, the door should remain open.
So if you're successful, then we would be at war with Russia now.
I actually think just the opposite. I think that, Senator, with regard to NATO membership, there's a very good reason that Russia has proved aggressive against countries that are not actually in NATO and under the umbrella, and a good reason why it's chosen not to attack.
This would be adding Georgia that's occupied to NATO under Article 5, then we would go to war.
Well, I think we've seen, again, in the past that countries that have joined NATO have not been the same target of Russian aggression that we've seen.
We were talking about 20 years ago, we might have a valid argument now. Russia occupies Georgia. Russia occupies, or proxy troops occupy part of Ukraine. So I think adding either of them to NATO not only is provocative, but you'd have to think what comes next. I mean, if we're obligated to defend our NATO allies, I mean, basically we'd be voting for war. So I wouldn't vote to add Georgia to NATO, not on your life, unless I'm ready to send my kids and your kids to go fight in Georgia. You know, the complicated fights and wars and occupation around, and I just think that we need to think these things through. And I think for every provocation, there's a response as well. So we can't look at it in a vacuum. People say, I don't care what Russia thinks, or I don't care what Tehran thinks. Well, if we don't understand our adversaries enough to think how they will respond, then I don't think we're doing our job.
I agree with you.
But as you can tell, I'm not excited about more military intervention in the Middle East. I think there has been some chastening on the part of the incoming administration over previous failures. But I don't think you have completely gotten the idea that regime change has been a terrible disaster. It's created vacuums, chaos, and actually more terrorism throughout the region. So I hope you will consider that. It's important, not just for the philosophic point, but it's important for our kids. I mean, we're sending these kids over to fight in these wars that go on forever and ever and ever, and somebody's got to stand up. And I hope you will be somebody brave enough to stand up and stop some of this.
I appreciate what you said.
Thank you, Senator Paul. Next up is Senator Markey, who I'm told is joining us electronically. Senator Markey, are you with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can hear you, Senator Markey. I can't see you, but your voice is well heard here.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Let me ask this question. Aside from rejoining the WHO, which President-elect Biden has already committed to doing, what will the Biden administration do to ensure that the vaccine is disseminated quickly and fairly so that every country has a chance to protect their citizens regardless of their wealth?
Thank you, Senator. The President-elect has said that we are committed to making sure that, to the best of our ability, the vaccine is distributed properly and equitably. We intend to join COVAX. We believe strongly that we can do that, ensure that every American gets the vaccine, but also help make sure that others around the world who want it have access to it. The WHO is a very imperfect organization in need of reform, but one of the reasons that the President-elect has determined we should get back into the WHO is that we're going to be in a much more effective position to advance that reform of the WHO if we're there at the table than if we're outside the organization. So I think the combination of rejoining, taking part in COVAX, and then looking at how we can help make sure that the vaccine is equitably distributed is something that we're going to take on. I would say that, in addition to that, we're seeing now the potential for a lot of COVID tails to wag the COVID dog around the world in ways that will come back potentially to hurt us. We're seeing the potential for a debt crisis among emerging economies and developing economies. We're seeing public health crises in country after country because COVID has made it more difficult to provide other health services. And we're seeing state fragility increase, not decrease, as a result of many of the challenges that COVID has exacerbated or in some cases led to. So we have a national interest in helping and in doing our part to make sure that as the vaccine becomes available, we help get it out there as quickly and as effectively as we can.
So is the Biden administration committed to seek additional funding for the Global Fund and other programs meant to respond to the massive public health needs related to COVID-19?
In short, yes. One of the things, though, that I should say is that Congress has done a very good service, I think, in providing the funding that's already on the table in terms of COVAX and that initiative. But I think that additional resources are likely to be needed.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to North Korea, if we could, in moving forward towards the goal of ultimately denuclearizing, would you support an attempt to achieve a phased agreement that offers tailored sanctions relief to North Korea in exchange for a verifiable freeze or other restrictions on North Korea's WMD programs?
I think we have, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the question.
I think we have to review, and we intend to review, the entire approach and policy toward North Korea, because this is a hard problem that has plagued administration after administration, and it's a problem that has not gotten better. In fact, it's gotten worse. But I begin by acknowledging the fact that it was a hard problem to begin with. So I think one of the first things we would do, and we would welcome being able to consult on that, is to review the entire approach, look at what options we have and that can be effective in terms of increasing pressure on North Korea to come to the negotiating table, as well as what other diplomatic initiatives may be possible. But that starts with consulting closely with our allies and partners, particularly with South Korea and with Japan and others, and reviewing all of the bidding. And so we'll start there, and we'd welcome a conversation on that.
Okay, and if I can just follow up, and I agree with you, we have to increase enforcement so that China and Russia abide by the sanctions meant to target the regime. But we also have to ensure that we don't inadvertently harm the North Korean people, particularly as they suffer from famine and the effects of a complete lockdown of their borders due to the pandemic. When North Korea reopens its borders, will you support easing some of the restrictions to allow legitimate humanitarian assistance to reach the North Korean people?
I think in North Korea and in other similarly situated places, we have to have an eye clearly on the people of the country in question and on doing what we can to alleviate their suffering. And even if we have a strong grievance with the regime or with the government, and that we're taking action to do something about that, we, to the best of our ability, try to do so in a way that, in the first instance, isn't harmful to the people of the country. And so we'll take a hard look at that. In the past, as previous administrations have engaged the North Korean nuclear challenge, they've found ways to make sure that humanitarian assistance, medical assistance, et cetera, could, in fits and starts, get to the North Korean people. So we do want to make sure that in anything we do, we have an eye on the humanitarian side of the equation, not just on the security side of the equation.
Yep, thank you so much. You know, and we've heard a lot today about the JCPOA in Iran. The bottom line is that the single greatest existential threat in the region is a nuclear Iran, and we must take that off the table before we look to making the agreement longer and stronger. As you say, would you commit to re-entering the JCPOA without any preconditions as a starting point, so long as the Iranians return to all of their commitments as well?
What the President-elect has said on that, Senator, is that if Iran returns to compliance with the JCPOA, we would do the same thing and then use that as a platform, working with our allies and partners to build a longer and stronger agreement to also capture some of the other issues that need to be dealt with regard to missiles, with regard to Iran's activities and destabilizing activities in the region. Having said that, I think we're some ways from even that. There is a lot that Iran would need to do to come back into compliance. We would then have to evaluate whether it had actually done so. So I don't think that's anything that's happening tomorrow or the next day.
Okay, thank you. Saudi Crown Prince bin Salman's declaration that the kingdom may illegally seek a nuclear bomb makes the task of returning Iran to compliance with the JCPOA all the more urgent. Will you press the Saudis to come clean about their reported ballistic missile cooperation with China and insist that they adopt the additional protocol which would give the IAEA the same type of access it has in Iran?
We want to make sure that, to the best of our ability, all of our partners and allies are living up to their obligations under various non-proliferation and arms control agreements. And certainly in the case of Saudi Arabia, that's something we'll want to look at.
Thank you. And on the New START agreement, is the administration going to extend it by a full 5 years?
So we had an opportunity to talk about this just a little bit earlier. What the President-elect has said is that very cognizant of the fact that we have one president at a time and that we couldn't really engage on this issue during the transition. We have the challenge because, as you know, the deadline to act or not on an extension comes upon us very, very quickly. We've got just a couple of weeks to do that. So I think this is something that we will be coming to you on pretty much immediately after the President is sworn in. And I know that he does intend to seek an extension, and he'll have to make a decision as President about what duration we would seek.
Thank you. I think it's very important. I'm looking forward to working with you on that. I just think that's an incredibly important historic moment. And as you know, the Trump administration rolled back much of the United States' previous efforts to support and promote LGBTI rights around the world. And I'm thrilled that you and President-elect Biden have indicated that you're going to support and appoint a new special envoy for human rights on LGBTI people, a position that I've been pushing to make permanent through my International Human Rights Defense Act, but which was left vacant in the Trump years. After 4 years of Trump administration efforts to specifically marginalize, minimize, do damage to the rights of the LGBTI people, I think it's going to be vital to appoint a seasoned expert on those issues. Are you going to move forward towards a speedy appointment towards an LGBTI envoy, and would you consider raising it to ambassadorial level?
Both questions is yes, absolutely. This is a matter, I think, of some real urgency. We've seen violence directed against LGBTIQ people around the world increase. We've seen, I believe, the highest number of murders of transgender people, particularly women of color, that we've seen ever. And so I think the United States playing the role that it should be playing in standing up for and defending the rights of LGBTQI people is something that the department is going to take on immediately.
Thank you. And will you repudiate the findings of the report of the Commission on Unalienable Rights and reaffirm the United States' acceptance and adherence to the human rights laid out in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights? And will you ensure that ambassadors are able to fly the pride flag at our embassies once again around the world?
Yes to both.
Beautiful. Thank you. And one final question on Rohingya. If confirmed, will you commit to overseeing an interagency process to make a determination as to whether the crimes committed against the Rohingya in Burma constitute genocide?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. And by the way, thank you for all of your work on climate change. I think it's just a huge historical change of direction, and congratulations on having John Kerry be named as your partner on those issues. How quickly is the department going to be able to move in order to make sure that we have made climate change a top issue, and that would put climate justice at the center of what we're advocating for globally?
Given Secretary Kerry's leadership, I suspect immediately.
Excellent. And climate justice?
As well. This is something we'll very much factor into what we're doing around the world.
Thank you,
Thank
Senator
you so
Murphy.
much. Thank you. Looking forward to working with you, Mr. Secretary.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Markey. And I'm told now that Senator Portman has extricated himself from whatever was more important than this hearing, and so I'm going to recognize him at the present time. Senator
Portman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with you. Nothing could be more important than the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and I have been watching the hearing throughout the afternoon. And Mr. Blinken, I also appreciate the time you spent with me on the phone talking about your plans for the department and how you would change some of the positions of the previous administration, but also build on some of those. And I would just say, in listening today, it seems to me there are opportunities for us to build on some of the successes. I think about the Abraham Accords. I think about much of our policy toward Russia as an example, being able to provide, as we did this year at a record level, lethal weapons for self-defense in Ukraine. I think about what we've done in Belarus to try to promote democracy. I think about standing up to China. And I think that from what I've heard today, that you'd be interested in engaging on that issue even more, particularly as it relates to human rights and the Uyghurs and other ethnic minorities. And generally speaking, you know, how to deal with Iran. We're going to have some differences of opinion, it sounds like, but I think you are fairly clear-eyed on what the challenges are with regard to Iran and not being trusting of them and the way they're headed. Today, Mr. Chairman, and to Ranking Member Menendez, there are 5 hearings going on. I've been in 3 of them, sharing one of them, and I think that's great. I think it's good that we're moving quickly with some of the key appointments, including Secretary of State, but also Secretary of Defense, Homeland Security, Director of DNI, Treasury, all important roles, and I hope we can get these nominations to the floor for a vote, and then we'll, you know, let the chips fall where they may. But I'm actually supportive of us moving quickly, and Mr. Chairman, I know this happened because you were willing to do it in this interim period. As we discussed last week, Mr. Blinken, I've got lots of interest in this issue of disinformation and propaganda and how we push back against it. I think it's kind of the new warfare of the 21st century. Not that we don't have kinetic battles still, but a lot of this is happening online and through disinformation. The Global Engagement Center was established at the State Department to deal with this. Senator Murphy spoke earlier, and he and I have worked closely over 4 years now to try to strengthen the GEC, the Global Engagement Center, and give it the ability to push back. Disinformation operations by our adversaries are inexpensive. There's a lot of deniability associated with it. It's easy for them to do. And when you combine it with economic and political subversion, it can be devastating to some of the nascent democracies we're trying to help. So thanks to the work of the Global Engagement Center, I think we now have the beginnings of an effective organization to deal with that. And again, I hope that's something that you'd be willing to build on. Could you speak to that briefly and also talk about your commitment to the funding level? We were able to get $60 million in this year. That's half of what we wanted, less than half of what we wanted. But compare that to China, which, according to a hearing that Senator Booker and I had on combating disinformation recently, China spends over $10 billion a year in state-sponsored disinformation operations. I wonder if you could comment on the Global Engagement Center and the challenge we face.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I could not agree more with your comments and with the work that you've done on this. This is the perhaps a primary battlefield that we have to fight on. And even as we manage to deter aggression and kinetic action by adversaries, every single day we are experiencing aggression of one kind or another in the misinformation and disinformation realm. And we need to engage that, and we need to engage that effectively. And indeed, you're right. That is why the GEC was formed. I'll tell you, I had the experience in the early days of the Ukraine conflict and Russia's aggression there in dealing with Russia using weaponizing information in increasingly effective ways. And of course, little did we know what would come after that. But you'll recall the downing of the Malaysian airliner, and Russia was extraordinarily effective in mixing up and muddying the waters using misinformation and disinformation as to their culpability and responsibility. Out of some of these experiences, there's been an effort at the State Department to give ourselves the tools and the resources to engage in this fight, and the Global Engagement Center is exactly that. So I'm determined to make sure that if I'm confirmed, that it is resourced adequately and appropriately. As well, I think we need to make sure that we're bringing in the talent, the expertise to be able to use it effectively, because these are specialized skills that in some cases many of us don't have. And to make sure that we have continuity, because this is an ongoing battle every single day, we have conveyed the message that we would welcome the current leader of the GEC to stay on, to make sure that we don't have any drop balls in the weeks and months ahead.
Well, I thank you. Leah Gabriel has done a good job. I think Senator Murphy and I agree with that. I know both of us have weighed in with you, and we thank you for that commitment to getting a sustainable funding level that's higher so they can do their job. I think 138 million is what we asked for this year. We got 60. And a lot of members of this committee are interested in ensuring it has the capability. And then in the hiring authority, we need to extend their hiring authority so they can bring in some expertise from outside the department to deal particularly on the social media front. So thank you for that commitment, and we look forward to working with Ukraine. Since 2014 with Senator Cardin as an election monitor, it was right after the Revolution of Dignity, and the Maidan, the central area where the Revolution of Dignity occurred was still smoldering. I mean, it was fresh, and we've had some successes and we've had some setbacks. I mean, Russia illegally annexed Ukraine, or Crimea, which was a setback, and that Crimea annexation, by the way, is something we need to continue to stand up to, even as others in the region seem to be, less aggressive about promoting, the legitimate Ukrainian interest. We've seen what's happened in the Donbass, the displacement of thousands of civilians, deaths of a lot of brave Ukrainian soldiers. I'm sure you've been to Kyiv and gone to the memorial to those soldiers, as many of us have. But in 2019, we had free, fair elections, and President Zelensky and his party won by an overwhelming majority, and I know he's got an interest in working with you all. One thing that I'm very interested in is the Ukrainian Security Assistance Initiative. This is something that is providing military aid to them, but also training. And as you know, General Dayton's been very involved with that. So I guess two questions for you. One, are you supportive of continuing to provide the weapons to the Ukrainians that need to defend themselves? And second, with regard to the Ukrainian Security Initiative, are you willing to continue to work on that? And specifically, can you speak to General Dayton, who's been before this committee and made it out of committee, never made it to the floor, as a potential next ambassador to Ukraine?
I very much support the continued provision to Ukraine of lethal defensive assistance and indeed of the training program as well. I very much agree with you that this has actually been a real success, and to the extent that across a couple of administrations we've been able to effectively train and as well as assist in different ways. The Ukrainians, that has made a material difference in their ability to withstand the aggression they've been on the receiving end of from Russia. And as to General Dayton, I have high regard from him, and certainly we'll take a close look at that.
Well, I appreciate it. Again, he's gone through this committee already, nonpartisan guy who has a great deal of experience, but also respect in Ukraine. With regard to China, I know there's been discussion today of the importance of the U.S.-China relationship, and I know there was discussion in the last question about working with China on global climate change and other issues, global health. I just hope that in all this we keep in mind the fact that China continues to irresponsibly and very systematically target U.S. researchers, U.S. research that's paid for by taxpayer dollars, and steal it, in effect, take it to China and use it for their own purposes. It has helped fuel the Chinese economy, but also the Chinese military over the past 2 decades. We do have legislation that's bipartisan that came out of a investigation here in Congress that I chaired with Senator Carper. It's called Securing American Innovation Act. It deals with 5 specific areas, but one has to do with the State Department. And you and I didn't get a chance to talk about this much earlier, but I think you know the issue generally. It provides the State Department the authority to deny visas to foreign researchers whose problematic affiliations, like to the PLA or to the Communist Party for that matter, and access to export control technologies through fundamental research raise national security concerns. This is a balanced bill. We have support from a lot of the university community because we did take a balanced approach, and yet we are interested in, and I think this bill would accomplish this, really tightening up our research enterprise here in this country so that we're not continuing to lose researchers and research to China through things like the talent programs that we were able to investigate. Can you speak to that? Do you agree that we need these new visa authorities? And can you talk about how we can better protect taxpayer-funded research intellectual property from China and others?
So, Senator, I'd very much welcome looking into that quickly. I haven't had a chance to read the legislation, so I want to make sure that I do that first. But I'd welcome an opportunity to talk to you about that as soon as I have an opportunity to do so. I think the basic proposition I very strongly agree with. We need to make sure that we're protecting the intellectual property that is produced in this country. We need to make sure that we are protecting the technology that, if going to the wrong place, could undermine our security. And we need to make sure that we have the tools to do that. So I welcome a chance to look at the legislation and talk to you about it.
Great. Your career folks at State Department have been very involved in it. And in fact, we had a fellow from the State Department who helped us put together the legislation who was very helpful from the visa division at the State Department. Israel, we talked about building on the Abraham Accord, some of the positive things that have happened recently. I'd like to hear your comments on that, but also with regard to global boycotts of Israel. Senator Cardin and I have worked together on this over the years to try to oppose the global BDS movement, boycott, divestments, and sanctions against Israel, essentially a double standard for Israel. And then Senator Booker and I have worked on the anti-normalization laws, in other words, adding to the efforts that you make every year to require countries to include their annual human rights record, also adding to that their people-to-people engagement with Israeli citizens and residents to try to normalize relations between the Arab world and Israel to the extent that we can. Can you talk about those two issues and how you feel about them and what your priority would be with regard to Israel?
Senator, yes, as we had a brief opportunity to discuss, I support the Abraham Accords. I applaud the work that was done to achieve them. I think they have significantly advanced the security for Israel and for the countries involved. It opens new perspectives and prospects with regard to travel, to business, to trade, all of which is very, very positive, and I would hope that we have an opportunity to build on them going forward. With regard to BDS, the President-elect, and I strongly share this conviction, is resolutely opposed to BDS for the reasons that you cite. It unfairly and inappropriately singles out Israel. It creates a double standard and a standard that we do not apply to other countries. And so I think we are very much in the same place on that. Of course, we fully respect and will always respect the First Amendment rights of Americans to say what they believe and think. But BDS itself is something that we oppose.
Thank you, Senator Portman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Blinken.
Thank you. I'm told Senator Merkley is with us. Is that correct?
I am indeed. Greetings, everyone, and thank you so much, Tony, for your testimony. The advantage of coming near the end is that every topic I had planned to ask you about has been discussed to some degree, but I'll invite you to explore it perhaps a little more in depth. Starting with New START, one of the questions is how one extends New START and the advantages of a shorter period of extension or a longer period, and how that might play into possibly launching the negotiations to address some of the evolving threats and strategic nuclear weapons. Your thoughts?
Well, thank you, Senator. In the first instance, I think that for all of the challenges we've seen in certain arms control agreements with Russia, particularly INF, as well to some extent as Open Skies, I think based on what I've seen, based on what the Trump administration reported when it comes to New START, Russia was making good on its obligations, and this and New START is not some kind of gift we give to the Russians. It's manifestly in our self-interest in terms of giving us a predictable cap on the core of Russia's nuclear arsenal, as well as giving us tremendous access to data and inspections that we otherwise wouldn't have. And so, in our judgment, it is certainly in the national interest to extend it. As we discussed this a little bit earlier, because of our focus on making sure that we respect the principle of one president at a time, this is something that we will have to tackle, but only when when President-elect becomes president tomorrow. But it's also something we're going to have to engage very, very quickly because the deadline is very fast upon us. I think we'll have 15 or 16 days left. So it would be our intention to come immediately to this committee and other committees to consult on our plans for the way forward. So, but I can tell you right now, we will seek the extension. The president-elect has to decide on the duration.
Thank you. Turning to China, I had authored a provision that required administration, whichever administration, to respond by April to evaluate China's actions with the treatment of the Uyghurs. And that has now been done with today's determination by the administration, by Secretary Pompeo, that it constitutes genocide, which I know you have spoken to and you said you agree with. You also mentioned you would like to see us stem the tide of products, or the flow of products coming that are manufactured in that essentially slave economy. We have a bill, Senator Rubio and I have a bill, the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act. It has a lot of sponsors in the Senate on both sides of the aisle. I mentioned it when we spoke before, and you said you would take a look at it. I thought I'd check in and see, among the millions of things you've prepared for, if you've been able to take a look at it, and if this strategy, trying to keep the U.S. supply chain free of products tainted by forced labor, is one you can support.
I'm afraid I haven't had a chance to actually read the legislation, but I would be more than pleased to do so quickly if confirmed. And as you note, the decision today, the finding today, I think only underscores the urgency of engaging on this issue. So I commit to doing that quickly if confirmed and getting back to you.
And while I was jumping to a separate meeting, I believe you confirmed to Senator Markey that you would look into the exploration of genocide in regard to Burma's treatment of the Rohingya. Now, I appreciate that Aung San Suu Kyi had invited in her UN speech following those horrific massacres in August several years ago to come and see for yourselves. So I led a congressional delegation to see for ourselves. The Burmese government blocked us from going to the villages, as they did with virtually every other group in the world. And certainly, I think our failure to call it out as genocide has been an encouragement to dictatorial, aggressive regimes around the world with what they might be able to do against a disliked minority. And so I appreciate that you're willing to look at that very directly. And I also appreciate you also address the issue of exploring asylum for those in Hong Kong who are being politically persecuted for defending democracy. I think it's another place where we can really help stand up for democracy. But I missed your comments, but I believe you addressed this and expressed support for exploring providing such asylum. Thank you. I wanted to turn to the Northern Triangle. It was Vice President Biden who went down to try to work out an economic package to assist the Northern Triangle. Quite a few years ago, he asked Senator Carper to oversee how this was going. I traveled down to the Northern Triangle with Senator Carper about a year and a half ago. And I can't say it was real encouraging, in part because of the multiple challenges of taking on assisting nations where drug enterprises have become so incredibly powerful that they tend to corrupt everything. President-elect Biden has supported a renewed significant economic package. Can we deliver such economic help without, in essence, strengthening or feeding corruption in those countries? And if so, any insights on how we do that?
Senators, I think that we can, but I don't want to minimize the difficulty. When we did the initial package during the Obama-Biden administration, and this was, again, I think, a real bipartisan achievement in getting that support. The vast bulk of the assistance did not go through or to the governments in question. It went typically through third parties, and it was tied very explicitly to concrete reforms on the part of these countries in criminal justice, in policing, in combating corruption, in creating economic opportunity, et cetera, dealing with all of the drivers of migration. And, you know, the problem, of course, is that as you very well describe, this is not simply flipping a switch. These are systemic and endemic problems that take a lot of time as well as resources to try to turn around. But we did start to see, I think, some results in the Northern Triangle countries. And now we have what is admittedly an ambitious plan to pursue this, but to do it in a way that doesn't send money not tied to concrete reforms, and that is making sure that we are working with parties that will not use it for inappropriate purposes and are not plagued with corruption. So I think it's doable. Anecdotally, I can tell you that the first time around, one of the leaders of one of those countries was complaining to then Vice President Biden that he was not a direct recipient of this funding, and it was going around him, and said, "Why is that?" And the Vice President said to him, "Because you're corrupt." And that was the end of the conversation. But the program went forward. So having said all that, I think this is, again, an area where it would be very profitable for us to try to work together to make sure that if we're dedicating taxpayer dollars to this, we're doing it in a way that's getting results.
Well, one thing we heard repeatedly was one of the most effective things we did was provide extensive training and assistance to their positions that were equivalent to an attorney general, resulted in prosecutions and all sorts of investigative powers and capabilities they didn't have. But it was also an area where the governments were pushing back enormously strongly, trying to stop that assistance because you had former presidents and who had been arrested, and current presidents under investigation, and close friends and brothers, and so on and so forth. Right now, we have in Honduras, President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who has been named as a co-conspirator in 3 corruption or drug trafficking cases. What should our posture be towards a president in that situation?
We were talking a little bit about this earlier. When we look at just generically the problem of corruption, it is without question one of the main drivers of conflict around the world. It is being weaponized as a tool by some of our adversaries. It's also, at the same time, the soft underbelly of a number of our adversaries. And so across the board, we need to be better focused and better resourced, and I'm determined that we will be to combat corruption. I think there are very case-specific, hard issues that we have to look at when it comes to individuals and individual leaders, but this is something that I think would bear focus, attention, resources, and collaboration with the committee.
Will we terminate the so-called safe third country agreements with the Northern Triangle countries?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I missed the question.
Yes. Will we terminate the so-called safe third country agreements with the Northern Triangle countries?
So far, as I understand it, it's only being implemented in Guatemala. I don't see it as an effective answer to the challenge. We'll be coming forward, and we've already started to come forward with both an immigration reform plan in the United States itself, but then other very specific ideas for how to make sure that our border is humane, orderly, and fair. And we have to deal with the drivers of migration, which we just talked about, particularly with regard to the Northern Triangle. We also have to make sure that we have, at least in my judgment, an asylum process that meets our highest traditions, and that I think also meets our legal and moral obligations. But that requires significantly more resources to make sure that we can adjudicate asylum claims on the spot and make sure that people who are deserving of protection get it, and those who are not are removed in a dignified manner. And that's what it.
I'm interrupt you there, Tony, just because I'm just about out of time, and I want to close on climate. And one of the things tools that we have internationally is to express the use of international finance to support a conversion to renewable energy around the world. And we're all at risk if we fail in this effort. And will the administration push the international lending institutions that we participate in to stop funding new fossil fuel projects?
Yes, this is an area we want to focus on. We want to make sure that we are not doing anything to facilitate countries exporting dirty technology around the world, including something we see from China, which is in part through the Belt and Road Initiative and by other means, getting this technology around the world. It should not benefit from international financing to do that.
Thank you, Senator Merkley.
Thank you very much.
Senator Young.
Mr. Blinken, welcome to the committee. I enjoyed our conversation just days ago, and I'd like to pick up on one of the threads of that conversation here as I begin to pose some questions to you. But and it pertains to the president's authority to make war, and also existing legal authorities on the books pertaining to authorizations of the use of military force. I'm jealous of congressional prerogatives. I know former Senator Joe Biden was jealous of those prerogatives as well, and so he has longstanding and I think well-established views on this topic. And frankly, I believe that the President-elect and I see very much eye to eye on this. That was my sense during our conversation. Could you kindly explain to the committee whether existing legal authorities through the 91 and 02 Iraq War authorizations still apply today?
I think it's long past time that we revisit these and review them. I think in many instances they have been cited and used in countries or against groups that were not part of the original authorization. And so it's long past time that we do this, and I would welcome an opportunity to work with the committee on doing just that. I think as we talked about a little bit, one of the challenges in the past is we did try to do this a few years ago, and it's not easy to get to yes. For some, the porridge is too hot. For others, the porridge is too cold. And can we get a consensus around what's just right? But I would be determined and committed to working on that, and as well for the reasons you cite, the President-elect feels very strongly about this.
Well, thank you. I'll personally look forward to working with you, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Senator Tim Kaine, who's been toiling on this effort for a number of years, and he'll be walking point on this as well. Last week, you no doubt saw that Secretary of State Pompeo made remarks pertaining to Iran, characterizing it as al-Qaeda's new home. And the implications for the 2000 AUMF is something I'd like to explore with you. Do you believe, based on the connection that Secretary Pompeo makes between Iran and al-Qaeda, that a Trump or a Biden administration would have authority to strike Iran, or do you instead adopt the interpretation that if it's deemed necessary to engage in military action, it would be the President of the United States need to instead come before this body for authorization?
It would be the latter. We would, I believe, need to and should, in any event, come before the Congress in that situation. With regard to the statement the Secretary made, that's something I intend to look into, if confirmed, very, very promptly. I haven't had a chance to see what the underlying basis is for that, but obviously that's something we'd have to take very, very seriously. Al-Qaeda leadership has been in Iran for some time. At various points, it was didn't have full freedom of movement. At other points, it may have had the leash taken off a little bit. But what Secretary Pompeo cited publicly is something that I'd be very concerned with. But I have to look at what's underneath that.
In the past, Mr. Blinken, I'm going to pivot to China and economic statecraft as it relates to China. You've indicated, I think rightly, that China and the Chinese Communist Party arguably presents the greatest challenge geopolitically, geoeconomically to the United States of America, but also technologically, militarily, and diplomatically. And I think you'd agree that we need to push back on each of those different fronts vis-a-vis the Chinese Communist Party. On the economic front, however, I have said, I have written, I've been arguing for a number of years now that though it's been encouraging to see this issue elevated in our popular discourse, I think our approach has been, shall I say, lacking in the sense that we've engaged in what I would characterize as defensive measures, defensive countermeasures against the Chinese Communist Party, tariffs, for example. And we've engaged in those defensive countermeasures unilaterally as opposed to gaining more leverage by working with our partners and allies. So, sort of 2 points. Do you agree that we need to engage more robustly our partners and allies so that we have more leverage? I suspect it's almost a rhetorical question.
Yes, I strongly do. And to your point very, very quickly, as you know, when we're acting alone against Chinese excesses in the commercial area, we're about 25% of world GDP. When we've got allies and partners with us, depending on who it is, it's 50 or 60%. It's a much heavier weight for China to have to ignore. And so there's tremendous benefit in the effectiveness of pushing back on China when we're doing this with other similarly aggrieved countries.
So that's encouraging. So you and I are blessedly in agreement as it relates to that. I also think the United States needs to, for lack of a better term, we need to play offense. We need to up our game. We need to out-innovate, out-compete, and outgrow the Chinese Communist Party. And we've done this before. I mean, this is arguably, this was the catalyst for our success in the Cold War. So how quickly we forget. And to that end, I have introduced legislation along with Senator Schumer called the Endless Frontier Act. You and I had an opportunity to briefly discuss that. The effort here is to spark innovation in what I will characterize as frontier sort of platform technologies like artificial intelligence, robotics, advanced manufacturing, things that may have a nexus with national security, but regardless will grow our economy at a more rapid rate and therefore has geo-economic implications. So do you believe that the United States government should be investing in these sorts of key frontier technologies, partnering with our allies and partners where appropriate so that we can lead the world in their development and broaden our innovation base?
I do. I think we can play a catalytic role. We've done that, as you say rightly, in the past. Part of this, at least in my judgment, is about making sure that we are unleashing the private sector to really focus on these issues, focus on these areas, and give it some support if it needs to have that support in order to do it. But yes, I very much agree, and we had a chance to talk about this earlier. I'm very appreciative of the work that this committee has done in a whole variety of areas, but focused pretty much on the same objective when it comes to the LEADS Act, when it comes to the report that the chairman issued. I think there are a lot of common denominators. And to your point, Senator, I just couldn't agree more. This is ultimately about us. And when we're thinking about China and the competition with China, whether it's the adversarial nature of the relationship, the competitive nature, or even in some cases the cooperative one, ultimately it begins with us. And it's in some cases less about the growth of the Chinese threat and more sometimes about our own self-inflicted weaknesses. If we can get our own act together,
that's right,
we can do a lot better.
I agree with that. Oftentimes, I mean, this happened in the Cold War. We were called by an adversary, by what Ronald Reagan characterized as an evil empire, to become a better version of ourselves. And I see this as an opportunity for our country. Let's invest in ourselves. Let's become a better version of ourselves. Very good then. More broadly, moving beyond China, which is of course, of paramount importance. Do you think we need a written plan that lays out what our economic strategy is from a national security lens, just as we have derivative of the national security strategy, we have a national defense strategy?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. As you say, we have a national security strategy, we have a national defense strategy. Folks labor hard on this. I've spent some time on a few of those in the past. I think we'd benefit from the same in the economic realm.
Well, should you be confirmed, and I suspect you will be, would you be willing to dialogue with myself and Senator Merkley on the global economic security strategy?
Absolutely, with pleasure.
That would affect this sort of change. Thank you. Lastly, I'm going to turn to Yemen, and this has been explored by a number of my colleagues, so I'm not going to revisit many of the issues or questions that they've posed to you. It has indeed been characterized as the worst humanitarian disaster, I think rightly so, but it's also a major national security threat, seeing as it's the home of AQAP, arguably the most dangerous branch of al-Qaeda. And what has not, I think, been discussed here is the dimension of soft power as it relates to Yemen. If the United States of America is partnering with Saudi Arabia, and there have been violations of international humanitarian law, as I have argued there were, with respect to our military involvement in Yemen, do you think that undermines our argument when we talk publicly about the Chinese and their human rights violations as it relates to, say, the Uyghur Muslims and the detention of Muslims?
I do.
Organ extraction?
I do.
Okay. Well, I agree with that. Another lesson I think we could learn from the situation in Yemen it relates to what happens when you deprive people of essentials, food, medicine, which is effectively what has occurred in Yemen, in addition to the bombing of school buses and other publicized matters. So do you agree that the deprivation of essentials leads to the radicalization of individuals, as extensive literature shows, and that could help al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula and other groups like ISIS recruit more members?
Yes, I do. It's certainly a contributor, and it certainly creates an environment in which recruiting people to extremism is facilitated.
Okay. Well, I look forward to partnering with this administration in improving our efforts in Yemen, on the economic issues, on China, and all the other issues that we address. Thank you.
I'd welcome that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Young. Senator Booker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am witnessing remarkable endurance, and not to you. It's actually your wife is showing extraordinary endurance, and I think you owe her big time. And if you want a nice...
You have no argument from me on that.
All right. I can tell you a place to take her for great vegan takeout if you want. Senator Cruz and I go there all the time. So you correctly, you went to your university, the Stanford of the East, right? The Harvard, is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. And Harvard Business School did a great report that diverse teams are much better teams in terms of their private sector performance. And I've been stunned in my travels around the country as United States Senator when I go in country, meet with State Department teams about the what I would call a shocking lack of diversity, not just ethnic, racial diversity, but also even religious diversity. And I really appreciate you talking about that in your opening statement. And I heard the engagement I think you had, I think it was Chris Murphy, and you had some discussions about it. But I guess I would like just to hear, I know your heart and I know your commitment to focus on these issues, but I'd love to hear more specifics about how can you take a department that does not fully represent the rich diversity, the valuable diversity of our country. How can you make a State Department and help to create it to be more reflective?
Senator, first let me say that if I'm confirmed to this job, I will view it as a significant measure of whether I succeeded or failed, however long I'm in the job, whether or not we have finally put in place the real foundations to make sure that we have a workforce at the State Department that looks like the country it represents. And I say foundations because, yes, we are going to make progress, real demonstrable progress on that. But as you know very well, it is not simply a matter now of appointing a diverse group of people to different jobs. We have to put in place much more systematically a recruitment process that stands the test of time and that reaches out into different communities in ways that we haven't done before. We have to have a retention process, because one of the problems that we've seen in the department is even when we've been able to recruit people from diverse groups, we've often had trouble retaining them because we have not been sufficiently attentive or sensitive to some of the specific concerns that they have. And finally, we have to have accountability, starting with the senior leadership, starting with the Secretary of State, to make sure that we're following through on these commitments. And one way that we're going to do that, if I'm confirmed to this, is I will appoint very, very soon a Chief Diversity Officer who will ensure that we have benchmarks and that will ensure that we have transparency, including information that we'll share with this committee to make sure that there is a way of holding accountable the senior leadership.
Well, I think that's really important. And as Senate Democrats, Senator Schatz and myself went to Chuck Schumer and asked him to publish every office's diversity statistics. And amazingly, that public accountability has seen the number of diverse members of Senate offices go up on the Democratic side considerably. I would also say that there's other issues. There are unpaid internship programs at the State Department, which really do select for certain people of certain
and even paid. I think, I know there's been some work done to make sure that we actually have some resources for paid internships.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We should be looking at more paid opportunities
absolutely.
for disadvantaged people, and I'm doing some work on that, and I look forward to connecting with you on it. I was really appreciative of the dialogue that you and Senator Coons had about the Horn of Africa. I think we see what's beginning to look like a civil war in Ethiopia. I think the grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam conflict is growing and could potentially boil over. Sudan and Ethiopia have growing tension and growing conflicts. As you know, the Horn of Africa is of extraordinary importance. We have seen humanitarian disasters there before of staggering human toil. We also have one of the more important shipping lanes where about 10% of all global cargo goes by. You use the words with him that you want to have diplomatic active engagement. What does that mean?
Well, in the first instance, it means actually showing up at the right levels to use what diplomatic weight we have with the government, with the leadership in Ethiopia in the first instance. And there are a number of things that I think, at the very least, would need to be done on short order.
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah, of course.
So I actually think that all that's great, but maybe can I just ask you, why not appoint a special envoy to the Horn of Africa? Does that seem like something that might...
I'll take a very quick look at that for the reasons that you cite. I share the concern that you have that this is something that the instability that was sparked by the aggression and events in Tigray. Now we have Eritrean refugees who are on the receiving end of atrocities. We have Eritrea possibly getting there. We have other states that are now being affected, and the potential for this to spill over is a real concern. And so, yes, I'll take a look at that.
Waiting for Deputy Secretary, I don't know how fast we'll get things confirmed for Africa overall. I just think that this might be something that merits that, because it could end up being another international disaster. I think I mentioned to you when I had one of the more amazing trips of my life with Senator Flake, as well as some of my colleagues like Chris Coons, to Africa. One of the first things that jumped out at me as we were flying to Zimbabwe to meet with Mnangagwa and talk to him about the sanctions we were holding, that he was flying back at that time from China, and the headlines were, China doesn't care about their suppression of minorities, their political processes, and the expansion of the Chinese influence is stunning to me. And I think that is something that is far greater than I think people realize. And I'll give you an example of this, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on the DRC as well. Clearly, we have another refugee crisis there. We have a tremendous makings of a humanitarian crisis. But I was stunned, and I think it was 2019, you can correct me if I was wrong, that 37 countries, including the DRC, signed a letter defending China's treatment of Uyghurs. I mean, imagine that. I've heard my colleagues talk about calling it concentration camps and genocide, and here you have China's influence has expanded so much that you have 37 ambassadors to the United Nations, including the countries like the DRC, that have been so thoroughly engaged by China that they are defending something as horrific as that we're going over there. And so that, to me, especially in the continent of Africa, is something that should send alarms to all of us in terms of the global competition between freedom and democracy and totalitarian or authoritarian governments that suppress minorities and wreak havoc, frankly, in terms of the humanitarian disasters. And I just want to hear more from you, perhaps, about how we're going to meet that specifically in the context of Africa, in the context of from the Horn of Africa to the DRC to challenges we're seeing in the Sahel region. How do we begin to combat that Chinese competition?
Yeah, so look, I couldn't agree more with you, and I think we're seeing in China's commercial diplomacy clear strategic intent that goes beyond the simple commercial proposition that may lie originally at the heart of what they're doing. But we have a couple of things to work with. One is the fact that the way China engages in commercial diplomacy tends to be actually a pretty bad deal for the recipients, except possibly for a leader who may benefit from the corrupt aspect of that. So when China's coming in and it is ladening debt on countries in a way that they can't possibly afford, so that ultimately it either owns the asset when they can't repay it, or resources are taken away from the people to pay off this debt, that winds up being a bad news story. When they bring in Chinese workers instead of using local workers to actually build the projects, no environmental standards, and then the corruption that comes with it, I think more and more countries that have been on the receiving end of China's largesse have come to regret it. That's one piece of it. And I think shining a bright light on the way China engages in commercial diplomacy, juxtaposing that to the way we do it is one way to help. The other thing is, I think most, as I've seen it, and it comes up in the polling, most people in most countries in Africa would prefer, if given the choice, to be engaged with us.
Absolutely. And that's why my hope is, again, often we have these silos, State Department, Commerce, trade, often that aren't working in a cohesive plan. And what we're seeing happening in places like DRC, where we have rare earth metals and other sort of business interests, is we don't have a holistic plan that ultimately could strengthen the economy of a lot of African countries that play into our sense of larger purpose. I have 6 seconds left. I'm going to use it just to sound off to you about my frustrations in this global pandemic which is directly related to the economy. And so you have America seeing that firsthand, the suffering. But we will be vaccinated if things continue on this pace. This nation will be vaccinated. This pandemic will be behind us. But in developing nations, like in Africa, I've seen projections that till 2024 it could take to end that, which not only has a grievous loss of life globally, but also means that the economic crises we're already seeing in these very poor nations will grow dramatically worse. If we are not saying this now and finding ways with global pharmaceutical companies to find a way, then we are relegating developing nations to a level of death, carnage, and economic collapse that is shameful. And I would hope if you could just give me some assurances that you're aware of this and are committed to doing something about it.
Yes, absolutely. Very concerned. We were talking about this a little bit earlier about the various tails that risk wagging the COVID dog, and those are among the most concerning.
Thank you very much. From a guy who went to a safety school, you turned out all right. I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you, Senator.
And Chairman,
thank you, Senator Booker. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blinken,
Good to see you, Senator.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations on making it to the end of a long hearing. I suspect over the next several years there may be a number of issues on which we have disagreements. but let's start on some areas where we may have some common ground. And in particular, I want to start by talking about Nord Stream 2. In the last 18 months in the Senate, we have seen remarkable bipartisan agreement when it comes to Nord Stream 2. I have authored 2 separate pieces of legislation jointly with Senator Shaheen, bipartisan legislation, both of which have passed into law, imposing strong sanctions to prevent the completion of Nord Stream 2. The first of those we passed in December, a little over a year ago. The second of those we passed just a little over a month ago. And as a consequence, a pipeline that was on the verge of being completed halted in its tracks. And when we first started taking up the Nord Stream 2 sanctions legislation, the pundits and observers all said there was no chance the sanctions would stop the pipeline. That has now been proven categorically false. The pipeline is stopped, and of course, a pipeline that is 95% complete is a pipeline that is 0% complete because it's not operational. Just this morning, the State Department announced sanctions specifically on entities, one involving a specific vessel, the Fortuna, that has been involved in Russians' attempts to complete the pipeline. Now, worryingly, there have been suggestions out of Moscow and out of Berlin that the Biden administration would reduce pressure and reduce efforts to stop Nord Stream 2. I would tell you in terms of the Senate, the sanctions legislation we passed, in order to get it passed, it received the support of virtually every member on this committee. It's received the support of both the chairman and ranking member of this committee. It received the support of both the chairman and ranking member of Senate Armed Services, the chairman and ranking member of Senate Banking, the Senate Majority Leader and the Democratic Leader, and it received the support of the same leadership in the House. And so when it comes to congressional opposition to Nord Stream 2, congressional commitment to stopping that pipeline from ever being complete, it is virtually universal, and it is bipartisan. Can you commit to this committee today that the Biden administration will hold the line, will keep the sanctions, and will prevent the Nord Stream 2 pipeline from being completed?
2 things, if I may, Senator. First of all, the President-elect strongly agrees with you that Nord Stream 2 is a bad idea, and he's been very clear about that. I need to look at the actual legislation. I'm determined to do whatever we can to prevent that completion, the last 100 yards. Very much agree. I would need to consult with the President-elect. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about this when he's president to make a determination on sanctions. In an ideal world, and we probably don't live in one, in an ideal world, we will engage very quickly with our partners and allies in Europe. And I think we would try to seek to convince them to stop this. But if that doesn't succeed, I think the tools that we have, including the tools that you've provided, are something we'd have to look very seriously at. I just can't commit right now to doing that because I haven't had a chance to talk to the President-elect about it.
Well, I'll note the European Union, in terms of our partners and allies in Europe, when they voted to condemn the Nord Stream 2 project, the vote was something like 400 to 100. It was overwhelmingly to condemn the project. That being said, Angela Merkel and Germany have leaned in vigorously in support of it. And this is clearly the #1 energy priority for Putin and Russia, and it represents billions of dollars that fund Putin's aggression. Would a Biden administration be willing to stand up to German pressure? The Germans are going to press you, and you're not going to convince Merkel to change her mind on this. And so will a Biden administration be willing to stand up to that pressure, particularly when the rest of Europe recognizes how damaging completing this pipeline would be?
I know his strong conviction that this is a bad idea, the Nord Stream 2. That much I can tell you. I know that he would have us use every persuasive tool that we have to convince our friends and partners, including Germany, not to move forward with it. But what I do need to do is make sure that I've actually consulted with him on the specifics of that.
Well, I look forward to working with you on that, and I would note that both sets of sanctions we passed are mandatory and not discretionary, and so I will look forward to continuing to work with you on that. Let's shift to a second area where we may or may not get agreement. You mentioned earlier in this hearing the importance of strengthening regional allies to stand up to China. And I have long believed that China poses the single greatest geopolitical threat facing the United States for the next century. One of those important regional allies is Taiwan. When you were at the State Department, rules were put in place concerning Taiwan that put restrictions on Taiwan that no other country faces, and in particular, that prohibited the display of symbols of Taiwanese sovereignty on U.S. federal property. I've been a vocal critic of those policies, and in recent weeks, the State Department announced that it was rescinding those policies. I think that's the right thing to do, and that Taiwan we should respect and treat with respect, and I think strengthening Taiwan helps both the region and America stand up to China. What are your views today, and would you seek to go back to the old policy that's been reversed?
So a couple of things on that. I had a chance to mention this earlier. When President Tsai was running for office, I actually received her at the State Department, had a great conversation. This is some years ago. And then when she became president, I talked to her on a number of occasions. And that in and of itself, I think, is important. There is the Taiwan Assurance Act and its requirements that I think is what, in part, triggered what the State Department and Secretary Pompeo have done. I want to see that process through to conclusion, if it hasn't been concluded, to make sure that we're acting pursuant to the mandate in the Act that looks at creating more space for contacts.
All right, let's shift to another part of the world where I suspect we will have more significant disagreements, and that is Iran. You are a vocal proponent of the Obama-Biden-Iran nuclear deal. I believe that was a catastrophically misguided deal. In the 4 years since the Obama administration was in office, the United States has, of course, withdrawn from that deal. Not only that, we now know a number of facts we didn't know at the time the deal was being negotiated. One of the things, and in particular, we know the involvement of the IRGC with terrorism directly targeting Americans and murdering American servicemen and women. In 2016, Congress overwhelmingly passed CATSA, which imposed mandatory terrorism sanctions on the Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And we've since discovered the vast money in Iran that is intertwined with the IRGC. In particular, the financial sector, including Iran's central bank, and the energy sector, including the National Iranian Oil Company. Both of these sectors and entities have now been sanctioned under the terrorism authorities for funneling money to the IRGC. The Pentagon also has assessed that the IRGC is responsible for killing at least 603 Americans in Iraq. Do you believe it is in America's national security interest to lift those terrorism sanctions and to allow billions of dollars to go once again to funding terrorist activities?
I do not, and I think that there is nothing, as I see it, inconsistent with making sure that we are doing everything possible, including the toughest possible sanctions, to deal with Iranian support for terrorism, its own engagement in that, and the nuclear agreement. And we've said from the outset, and we're serious about it, that the nuclear agreement was one thing, but continuing and even strengthening our ability to push back and to deal effectively with Iran's egregious behavior, including in the terrorism realm, was something that we needed and should do. Part of the challenge now, I think we have, Senators, because we've had this divorce to some extent from some of our allies and partners who ideally would be with us in pushing back against Iran's malicious activities as a result of disagreeing over getting out of the nuclear deal. We are less effective than we might otherwise be in those other areas if we were working together. I think one of the benefits, should Iran choose to come back into compliance, and we wound up doing the same thing, is that we would at least be back on the same page with allies and partners, and that might make us more effective
in dealing with these problems.
You mentioned it was a priority defending LGBT rights.
Mm-hmm.
Iran's record concerning the LGBT community is horrific.
I agree with
they put to death, they execute people for the crime of being homosexual.
I agree with you.
As long as they maintain that barbaric and inhumane policy, do you think it's appropriate for a Biden administration to allow billions of dollars to go to that regime?
The challenge that I think we face, and of course, we have the biggest problem that we faced with Iran, and I think that we unfortunately continue to face, and it may get worse again, is that with regard to all of the egregious actions that Iran takes that you rightly point out across all of these areas, an Iran that has a nuclear weapon or has the capacity to develop one or the material for one in very short order risks acting with even greater impunity than it already does. So I think the first order of business has to be to get that back in the box. That puts us in a much better position to try to deal with some of these truly egregious actions.
And a final question, because my time has expired. Do you agree that Jerusalem is the capital of Israel? And do you commit that the United States will keep our embassy in Jerusalem?
Yes and yes.
Thank you.
Senator Cruz, let me try to wrap this up with just a couple of quick questions. You made reference way back some hours ago that the new administration was going to withdraw the support for the Saudi war in Yemen. Did I characterize that correctly?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
What does that look like?
I think it looks like, first and foremost, making sure we understand exactly what support we're actually currently providing, and which we need to look at, and then withdrawing that support. But I want to make clear, I think we have to be in close contact with Saudi Arabia, with our partner there. We need to be very clear about what we're doing, why we're doing something, and talk it through. But the main point is that, for reasons that we've discussed, we believe that continuing that support is not in the national interest.
I hear what you're saying. I think the Saudis themselves would like to be in that position. I think they're having trouble getting away from the tar baby that they've been involved in for some time. What does that mean as far as recognizing who is the legitimate governance of Yemen, or haven't you crossed that bridge yet?
I don't think we've crossed the bridge. There is a recognized government in Yemen that's basically in exile. It's not operating from Yemen. I had some dealings with it in the past. There's, as you know, a UN process that seeks to restore a national government in Yemen. But the hard reality is, as we were talking about earlier, 80% of the people live in areas controlled by the Houthis at this point. So we're a long way from that.
That's fair. One thing we didn't talk about, or I guess Senator Cruz may have alluded to this briefly, is there is significant amount of cash that's frozen again that's Iran lays claim to. I think it's about $15 billion in 3 different countries, including South Korea. Are you aware of those funds or not?
Mr. Chairman, are these the funds from the proceeds of oil sales that have been frozen?
I can't answer that. All I saw was that they're funds that are frozen, that we have frozen because of our sanctions, but that Iran wants their hands on. And I guess my encouragement to you would be that there not be any unfreezing of these funds or anything to try to get the Iranians to the table or anything like that.
I agree with that.
We had a really bad experience with the pallets of cash, as you know, that the infamous pallets of cash that were transferred. So I would urge you strongly in that regard. And then we also didn't talk about bringing the American citizens home who Iran have. I'm assuming you're all on board with that, and that's something that if indeed we wind up negotiating with them, that to me that's really got to be in the first wave, I would think. So I put that on your plate. Any comments on that?
Mr. Chairman, I feel very strongly that I would have as Secretary of State, first and foremost, the priority of making sure that our personnel, wherever they are safe and secure, but very high up in the hierarchy of things I need to be responsible for is doing everything we possibly can to bring any American home who is being unjustly detained anywhere in the world or is a hostage, including in Iran. That has to be a priority. I had an opportunity, as I was getting some
briefings during the transition to make sure that one of the briefings that I asked for and got was from the current leader of our effort to bring unjustly detained Americans home, Roger Carson's. And I got we had a terrific conversation. I'm very impressed with the work that he's been doing, and indeed we've asked him to stay on for some time.
That's good. Thank you. Appreciate that. I have to tell you, I'm greatly encouraged by our conversations earlier today before we came in here, and then again today is your commitments regarding the Iran situation. I think it's certainly China's a bigger problem, but Iran, as I explained to you, I think is a flashpoint that could get out of hand very, very quickly because they're notorious for making bad judgments and pushing the envelope. I feel strongly in that regard. I feel strongly about how we go about this. And I know we meet regularly and talk with our friends from Israel. They want to get their 2 cents worth in substantially more than they did last time. So I appreciate your commitments in that regard. With that, Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just some final questions. And you've had an extraordinary tour de force here. I think it shows not only, as I said at the opening statement, your intellect, but the demeanor in which you come to all of these issues and the engagement with the committee. So just some final questions, because the world watches your hearing. And I don't want some parts of the world to think they're getting away without some attention, so to speak. So Russia. Navalny, his poisoning and his arrest, solar winds, bounty on U.S. soldiers, election interference, the use of chemical weapons to assassinate opponents in different parts of the world. Clearly, Russia must face consequences for its actions. Otherwise, it thinks it can continue to violate the international order. During the last 4 years, Congress had to assume a policy leadership role in this regard. I authored CATSA. In part, it was to deal with the Russians. What do you view as, well, first of all, do you agree that Russia has to have consequences for these actions, and would we expect the Biden administration to pursue those consequences?
Yes and yes. You laid it out very powerfully and very succinctly when you just, the things you mentioned are egregious in so many ways. The President-elect has been very clear that there need to be costs and sustained consequences for some of these actions. It would be worth, when we have the opportunity, spending the time on each one because they merit a deep conversation. I think thanks to this committee, thanks to Congress, we have some tools in our toolbox, whether it's CATSA, whether it is Magnitsky, whether it is other authorities that we have, including the authorities that were created during the Ukraine crisis, that are extremely helpful in being able to impose some of these costs and consequences. The President-elect, in the context of talking about election interference, said that he is determined to make sure that there are costs and sustainable consequences. And of course, we need to look at that at a time, a place, and a manner of our choosing. But this can't go on unanswered.
I appreciate that. I didn't even mention the annexation of Crimea and the continuing invasion of Ukraine. So I appreciate that, and I would just offer that if you believe you do not have authorities that you could use, then please come back to the committee, because I think you would find a bipartisan welcome to try to pursue those. Sure. Let me turn to Turkey. Turkey as what we aspired of Turkey, the bridge between East and West, the secular nation, the strong NATO ally, has not been realized under President Erdogan. The purchase of the S-400, which is a violation clearly of CATSA, the engagement that it has had in destabilizing actions in Syria, the invading into the territorial waters of Cyprus in terms of its exclusive economic zone and seeking to drill there, Cyprus, a member of the European Union, a claiming of a whole area of what would be Greece's exclusive economic zone, all the way leading to Libya, the support that Erdogan had for Azerbaijan and the engagement in its aggression in Nagorno-Karabakh, which cost so many lives, and I believe there are war crimes involved there by the Azerbaijanis. All of this and so much more. I hope we will not have under the incoming administration. President Trump, in my opinion, coddled Erdogan. And he continued to move forward in all of these pejorative ways, including Libya, which I didn't mention. I hope we have a clear viewed policy as to what Erdogan is, what he's doing. When you can say about Turkey that more lawyers and journalists are in arrest in Turkey than in any other part of the world, and that's saying something, considering some parts of the world. So are we clear-eyed about Turkey under Erdogan?
We are very clear-eyed, and the bottom line is that Turkey is an ally that in the many ways you cited is not acting as an ally should. This is a very, very significant challenge for us, and we're very clear-eyed about it.
Just one or two more. You, in your response to Senator Rubio, you mentioned Juan Guaido. Would we expect that the Biden administration would recognize interim President Juan Guaido as such, by virtue of the National Assembly?
That would be my expectation. I think what we very much want to do is, following up on what Senator Rubio was saying, is to come pretty quickly and talk to you about the way forward in Venezuela. I have to tell you, I'm just not satisfied that anyone has a good plan that we think can deliver the results that we all share and seek. So that's something I'd really welcome talking about very early on.
As you know, over 50, maybe more, nations, including most of the European Union, recognize interim President Guaido. Mm-hmm. The problem is we never took that international recognition and internationalized our efforts on Venezuela. Mm-hmm. And that takes the hard work of diplomacy. So that would be one thing I hope we would look at is internationalizing with our partners. And also, I think that people who are fighting for freedom and then ultimately have to flee, temporary protective status for Venezuelans here in the United States.
President-elect's committed to that.
Well, that's fantastic to hear. You, Senator Booker, my colleague from New Jersey, raised diversity with you. I raised it privately. I'm not going to pursue it anymore other than to say success in part of your term as a Secretary of State will be how well we do in that regard. This is a long 20-year effort that I have been leading from the House and the Senate, and unfortunately it is probably the worst department of all of the federal governments as it relates to diversity. So I hope that under your leadership we finally make progress and show the face to America, to the world of America, that it is. You know, when I was in China and met with the gentleman from our embassy that was involved with human rights in China, he was an African American who had actually engaged in the civil rights movement. That's a powerful message to the Chinese, those who are suffering and trying to create human rights in China. It was so powerful. I'm paraphrasing what happened and the whole experience I had when I was there, but that's the type of message that I think we need to send. I hope that President Biden will follow on his pledge to recognize the truth of the Armenian genocide, as the Senate did when it unanimously passed my resolution in December of 2019. The House has done the same. I think this is an appropriate action to take in recognition. I find it so difficult to have our ambassadors to Armenia go to a genocide observance but never say the word genocide. That is something that I hope will change. Lastly, this committee has jurisdiction over arms sales, and the arms sales process, the informal arms sales process under the current State Department has totally broken apart. Speaking for myself, I have no ideological problems with arms sales of U.S. makers to other countries abroad when those countries observe the human rights and international law that we aspire to uphold globally. When they don't, then I have problems with it. And that's where a dialogue has to come place with the State Department. Can I rely upon you to re-engage in that informal process with the Committee on Arms
Yes,
Sales?
you can. We will come back to regular order.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have received a plethora of letters in support of Mr. Blinken's nomination, and I'd ask at this point unanimous consent to enter them into the record. And in light of COVID precautions, my staff would email those letters to the committee clerk.
That's acceptable.
My thanks to you, Mr. Chairman. I hope we can get Mr. Blinken confirmed either by unanimous consent on the floor, and that if not, at the earliest possible date, which I believe, if it's not unanimous consent, maybe Monday of next week.
I think we join in that. Just two quick things, Mr. Blinken. First of all, I want to associate myself with the remarks regarding Turkey. The expressions that that Senator Menendez has laid out have been conveyed by me, and I think by him also, to the every diplomat we get from Turkey, and including by myself to Mr. Erdogan directly. And as far as Venezuela is concerned, I'm glad to hear your ideas on that. We want to hear some ideas on that because I think everybody's frustrated with what we thought was going to move very quickly and is not moving quickly. So, so that demands our attention. And so I'd ask unanimous consent that all responses to pre-hearing and advanced policy questions be added to the record. There's no objections. It is so ordered. And then lastly, for additional questions for the record, we've gone back and forth on this. Your staff wanted 9 a.m. My staff wanted 5. I think probably an appropriate compromise is 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, if that's agreeable with you, Senator. So with that, I will order that all questions for the record will remain open but close at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And with that, again, gosh, what great patience you have with us and great stamina. Thank you so much, and especially for your wife sitting there through all this. That's great too. So thank you. And with that,
thank you for your courtesy. I deeply appreciate it. Ranking Member
Very
Menendez,
well.
thank you.
Committee will be adjourned.